Oh, no, I'm okay. I can knock.
Did you have fun in Florida?
Yes, it was awesome. Yep, it was really nice.
Okay, thank you. It's almost 9. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, the organizational session of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. If everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. For roll call, Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Rushton.
Present.
Commissioner Bonnet.
Here.
Commissioner Russell.
Here.
Commissioner Soderswittle. Here. Commissioner Allgeier. Here. Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
All present. The next we have is public comment. For those that are watching, the call-in number is 256-8109. So we'll give that a second to wait to see if anyone calls in. Okay, well, we're waiting for that. I guess we should move to approval of the agenda unless anyone objects and wants to wait. Yes,
Madam Chair, I would move to,
you have a call.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ellen Fred. I'm a resident of Cedar. And I'm calling because today is your organizational goal setting meeting. And I'm calling to urge the board to prioritize the commitments that it made in the anti-racism resolution last year, 2020-014. And I quote, to promote diversity, inclusion, equality, and equity in all aspects of county government, to commit your full attention to advocating for equality, equity, and improving the quality of life and health of all of our residents, to assess internal policies and procedures to ensure equality and racial equity is a core element in all organizational practices, and to promote, support, and participate in the necessary professional development programming to support the purposes of this resolution for all employees, commissioners, and elected officials. Undertaking these actions not only fulfills this board's promise to the community, but sets Leelanau County apart as a leader in the area of racial equity and inclusion. And I disagree that these efforts make the county look bad, as one commissioner has said. I believe the exact opposite is true. These initiatives make Leelanau County look good, make it more welcoming, more inclusive, and safer for all people, residents and visitors alike. Commissioner Rushton also asked at the last meeting whether any of the county's policies had racial bias. I do think that's a really important question to answer. I think this board should form a committee of board members, the county administrator, and community members to conduct a full audit to assess our laws, regulations, and policies for racial bias. And although it's sometimes difficult to identify examples of institutional racism, I think one very recent event clearly demonstrates what institutional racism looks like and what actually makes our county look bad. And it's the sheriff using our taxpayers' dollars to indoctrinate his officers with far-right, racially biased reading material that Newsweek has described as, quote, flawed logic and fantasy. Actions like these do make our county look bad. They make our residents feel less safe and make our potential visitors and tourists reconsider visiting our county, which obviously is impactful to our economy. The sheriff and his officers, as elected officials and county employees, need to undergo serious and legitimate anti-bias training to undo the harm that this action has caused. In closing, I applaud the board's commitment to working for equity and justice in our community by passing Resolution 2020-014, and I urge you to prioritize its continued implementation in 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Just a second, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Rushton for share. Okay, Commissioner Rushton?
Madam Chair, I was going to move to approve the agenda as presented.
And do we have support for that?
Support.
Support by Wessel. So a motion by Rushton, seconded by Wessel, to approve the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, motion carries 7-0. I guess if there's more public comment, we could come back to it if you want. As we move forward here with the chairmanship, just to recap before I open nominations, any nomination does require a second. If we end up with more than one nomination, how we will proceed after we close nominations is we will go commissioner by commissioner voicing your selection of any nominations made. So I will open it up for nominations. I think Commissioner Lautner had her hand up first.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would nominate Will Bunnick as chairman for the 2-year term.
And do we have support for that?
Yes.
And you said yes, Lautner?
Lautner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then Commissioner Sisletto?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ty Wessel for the 2-year term.
Okay, and is there a second for that? Commissioner Allgaier? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations and we will begin with Commissioner Allgaier. And we have 2 nominations on the floor. We have Commissioner Bonnick and Commissioner Wessel for chair, and Commissioner Hofer.
Commissioner Wessel.
Commissioner Bonnick, we have 2 on the floor.
Yes.
Which would you like? Okay. Commissioner Lautner?
I'm not following what you're doing exactly. Am I saying which one I
Yes.
select?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But
Commissioner Robbins?
Commissioner Bonnie.
Commissioner Rushton?
Bunnick.
Commissioner Sotis Little?
Commissioner Wessel.
Commissioner Wessel?
Wessel.
So we have 4 votes for Bonnick and 3 for Wessel. 4 is enough, and Chairman Bonnick is the chairman.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. That's a different way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
All right, so then we move to the election of the vice chair for a 1-year term. Commissioner Rushton.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to nominate Commissioner Lautner as vice chair for a 1-year term.
Support. Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yes, I move to nominate Commissioner Wessel for the term, for a 1-year term.
I second Commissioner Wessel.
Yes. Okay. Any other nominations? So we'll do this I'd do it in order rather than split it up. And then the first vote would be for Commissioner Lautner. And then if that fails, then we would go to the second. So.
Are you doing a voice vote or just hands?
Just do a.
Regular voice.
Why don't, yeah, we can just do a roll call.
Oh, okay. Okay, Commissioner Lautner was nominated by Rushton, so we will start with Commissioner Rushton.
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following. what you're doing.
We're voting just on Commissioner Lautner for vice chair right now.
Thank you.
And so it's just a yes or no.
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Chairman Bach,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Okay, 4-3. Lautner is vice chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So then we have the approval of the 2021 rules of order and procedures.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may we go through those one at a time and review them?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So do you want to start with the regular and adjourned meetings? So I think A is Article 1, board meetings.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Is that the proper order? I think that's what I have.
Well, we've got them,
That's later on the agenda.
Meeting time.
This is just the procedural.
That is-
Approve the meeting schedules, number 4.
Oh, I see, yeah. Well, I'm looking under rules of order and procedures, of Leelanau County Board, and I'm looking at the table of contents. Yes. So that's on the table of contents, that's what's first.
That's
So
right.
is there a different order you want to go in than the table of contents?
Well, just go
No,
page by
no, I just
page.
need to move
Or do you want to
to,
go page by page?
I wanted to, let me just get to those.
I think we should go page by page.
All right.
Page by page.
That's probably simple, but, so then, the first page is board meetings, times and places. Are there any changes or to that? It starts out with organizational meetings. It says first Tuesday of January. Commissioner Rushton.
I don't know if anybody else had the time to review this, but I went through the calendar to see if there were any holidays or any Leelanau County events that might interfere, with this timetable. This timetable we've used for the last several years. It seems to work very well for the board. Personally, I didn't see anything that would interrupt our normal business. So for me, I'm perfectly comfortable with keeping the schedule as is, unless there's any other objections.
Good with me too.
All right, so then we move on to page 6, which is special meetings. Commissioner Lautner.
yes, thank you. We don't have in there by text. We do have by telephone call. So would it be possible to do text, texting is more beneficial to me than, yes.
The challenge with that is if you're texting, you're using your private phone, which means your phone's eligible to Open Meetings Act and FOIAs. And that's why texts are not listed.
So, but
If
if
you
you call
email-
me on the,
If you email back or put it in writing, that's one thing, but if you text a response back, that means technically your private phone would be FOIAble. So that's why texts are not
but
included.
not the calls to my home residence.
Well, calls are one thing, but we do need it to have, you need to have it confirmed in writing somehow. So an email's fine. A handwritten thing is fine. A signature on the meeting request is fine. But I would recommend we not do text for that reason. I just don't want to think you want to put yourself in that situation.
Yeah, I don't, it's something everybody's getting. It's not really anything
Yeah.
anybody would, FOIA would anything, but whatever, that's fine.
Any other concerns or? So then that's the meetings on legal holidays. I think we've addressed that. Election and duties. Commissioner Wessel.
I'd like to suggest that we expand the discussion of the duties of the chairman. The chair's job is a tough job, and part of the job is to represent your constituents and be a county commissioner. But part of the job is to be the chair of the commission. And I think sometimes that gets a little bit messy. And I'm thinking back to some decisions this board made in the last couple of years that the chair, even after the decisions were made, could not support and did not support. And I think I'd like to see some language in here that says that the chair has specific responsibilities to be the chair of the commission and support the decisions of the commission as well as a county commissioner representing his own views and the views of his district.
I'm actually confused on what you're saying. So you want the chair to separate himself when he's acting as the chair and operate as the speaker for the board without having a vote on an issue representing his constituents?
No, let me try to clarify it.
Okay.
Certainly, before decisions are made, his voice is one voice, and it's the voice of a commissioner. And he has every right to vote his mind on any decision that we bring. But when I look to the decision the commission made on early childhood, for example, or the decision that this board made on the anti-racism resolution, once the decision is made, the chair does not have the authority or the ability to work against that decision of the board. And sometimes I think in the past, we've been kind of messy on that. And I appreciate our chairman's leadership, and I do. But there have been some times we've had private discussion, and I said, Commissioner Bunnick, you're my chairperson too. And I think sometimes we need to be reminded of that, and that the chair of a board represents the entire board. And the partisan politics sometimes gets lost in that. And I think we need some language clarifying that.
Mr. West.
I think there's some distinction that has to be discussed here in regards to that. Number one, whoever the chairman is has a constitutional right of free speech. And it sounds to me like you're trying to take that right away from the chair, the opportunity of free speech. He acts as a chair when he is sitting at this table. When he has a private life, he's a private citizen who represents his constituents, and he has the absolute right to voice his opinion, whether he agrees with the board or not. You and I can go out there, whether we agree or disagree with something that happened on this board, we have every right to go out there and say to our constituents, yeah, the board passed it, but I don't support it. But you want to take that right away from the chair, whoever the chair is.
If I could speak, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
That is not my intention at all. I think it's important that we clarify when we're being a spokesperson for the board and when we're being a spokesperson for ourselves as an individual. And I'll give you another example. When we passed the resolution in support of the Grand Traverse Band request. Once this board makes that decision, the chair has to sign that letter. So voting against signing the letter for that and sending it on was not an appropriate decision for the chair to make. Because the chair is the chairman of the board. And so he can speak his mind, the chair can speak their mind and make whatever decision they want to make whenever they want to. But once you're speaking as the board chair and not as an individual commissioner, it's important that we speak representing the entire board. It would still be appropriate for the chairman to say, the board voted, so as chair of the board, I support this. As an individual, I do not. But it is not appropriate for the chairman to publicly speak against or work against a decision this board makes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully disagree based on the reason that such as the signature, it is a vote. We all have individual votes, and whether it is a chairperson or not, they've got a right to vote. If this board had voted not to have the chairman sign that resolution, the resolution would have remained unsigned. It was a decision, and he does have a vote on that. Once this board voted to sign the document, is my understanding, it was signed. Am I correct? It was signed. That was his duty. So after that, you're kind of straying into, again, the outing the public, and I agree with Commissioner Rushton that it's going to get very messy if you try to put in here how we may speak in public based on a decision, because what is next? What is next would be that, well, the majority passed it, therefore you commissioners cannot speak in public. And we answer to our constituents. And I would have to say that that's going to get really messy if you try to go beyond what we've got in here as duties of the chairman.
I won't beat a dead horse on this. I, as one commissioner on this commission, I want to know that the chair of this commission is representing the commission and not a majority component of the commission. And I don't always feel that way. And I think it's important in a very simple language to differentiate being a commissioner and being a chair. And those roles are not incompatible, but we have to be clear when we speak. And when we speak as the chair, that there is really only one spokesperson for this board, and that's the chair. And when we're speaking as a spokesperson of the board, we should speak to the decision that this board makes. When we're speaking as an individual commissioner, and it would be appropriate for the chair to say, the Board of Commissioners approved this. I support it because they approved it, although I spoke against it and disagreed with it. But I think it's an important distinction, and I think when left without language is confusing.
I guess, I've always found that very difficult. If I disagree with what the board is, I definitely try to say I'm not speaking as the board chair. I'm speaking as the representative of my constituents, what the people elected me for. And I think I really try to do it. It's very difficult to do because sometimes they say as board chair. Well, then I have to answer as the board has supported it and this is what we're doing. And I definitely try to make that distinction. And I'm sorry if I haven't been clear enough with that, but I've always tried to do that. And I think, you know, just as I know once we voted, I have to sign it, you know, if this vote, you know, goes for it. And even if I don't want to, I will, and I have. So I think that, you know, that somehow, I guess I haven't been clear enough in saying I'm speaking as the representative of the people of my district. And maybe I need to be more distinct about that. But I have never tried to undermine this board or not be a board chair to all of you. But once I leave this chair, I become a commissioner for my constituents. When I'm here, I try to be, you know, as fair as you can be, or as and treat all of us as equals. And I don't see myself as any better or have anything anyway. And I certainly don't want to represent the board in the opposite of what we voted. I don't think I've ever really done that. Well, at least I've never tried to, and I don't want to. You know, I may still disagree with things that you voted on, and I still think that they're wrong. I mean, I think some of the decisions this board has made are immoral and totally wrong, and doing things that we should never do. But we've done it, and so I've signed them, and that goes on. But once I leave this chair, I feel I have to talk against them. You know, I have a moral obligation as a Christian to try to fight immoral acts, and I think we have to do that. I think all of us have to do that, and obviously your convictions are different than mine, and so I'm sorry if I've put the perception out there that I'm not representing this board. I really want to, and I try to But in some things, once I leave it, it's a different story, and I think I have to do that.
I appreciate that. And I would have made this suggestion no matter who was elected chair. This was not meant to be an attack on you. It's always on any board a tough role to play.
Right.
I don't think when you step away from that chair, you step away from being chair. Because if the press calls you at your home, you're still speaking as the chairman of the Board of Commissioners.
I don't think that's true, you know, but.
I want to make sure you
I know
understand,
what you're
I'm
saying.
not
I
attacking
really
you on
try.
that.
I agree, you know. Commissioner Rushton, you have your hand up.
Point of order, I haven't had a chance to speak
Oh.
yet.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Commissioner Russell might have some language to address the concern. And
Did you ask her to speak into it?
Yeah, I can't, you have to speak into your microphone, please.
let me do this, just briefly. I was just wondering if Commissioner Wessel might have some language to offer. And I guess my other comment is the use of the word immoral, that this board has passed immoral actions is really troubling to me and kind of plays into what Commissioner Wessel is actually trying to say. So, Mr. Wessel?
I want to keep it
Well,
separate.
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But,
Yeah, Commissioner Rushton.
thank you.
Yeah, she's right. She had her hand up first. You
Yes.
can answer when,
I understand.
because you've spoken.
Apologies.
Gwen hasn't had an
Yeah,
opportunity
go
to
ahead.
speak.
Ms. Alcorn.
I just want to comment that the things that are being said is a good reminder to all of us. Actually, I don't believe that I only represent people who voted for me. I represent everyone in my district, and there are many different opinions and views and priorities. And it's my job to do my best to represent all of those people. So I'm going to work very hard. You know, the enterprise kept trying to peg me as a partisan person. I'd like to say to this board that they also said I attended meetings for years. And yes, I was chair of the Democratic Party, but what I learned sitting out there and observing is the importance of not being partisan on this board. That everyone here represents everyone in our district to the best of our ability. And I firmly, and I told constituents when I called them, I believe I represent everyone. It is very important not to be partisan. So I think we have to be careful, even as commissioners for our own districts, in what we say. We can say this is my own personal opinion, but I hesitate to say in representing my district, this is what everyone, and implying that's what everyone thinks. And that's, by the way, how I hope to function on this board. So thanks for teaching me all those years, you guys.
You're welcome. Commissioner Rushton.
So I listened to the language that you used, Commissioner Wessel, and this is my understanding of what you said, when no matter how the chairman personally feels about an issue, because he is bored, he is now required, if we change these rules, to support whatever issue that the board as a whole has approved. You, I believe, said that he should then support the issue when the board has. So you're asking him to change his position on an issue and present to the public that he supports the issue just because he is the board. And he is saying he has a certain level of autonomy and he can make the statement, the board voted as a whole in support of this, however, I did not support it. So I don't understand the point that you're trying to make. Because what you said is you said that the chair should support the board's decision. I think it's a very fine line, and I think we're putting too much into this. I don't see that it's been an issue historically. As I understand, when our chairman speaks, he speaks as the board chair, and he reports how this board has voted on an issue, although he will make the comment and say, I don't support it. He has that right. And I don't think it's our right to take that right away from the board chair, whether it was him or you. I cannot see if we took a contentious issue and it got supported, and you didn't like it, and you were chair, and you had to go out there and say, well, you had to talk it up to the newspaper about how great something you could care less about. You couldn't do that, and you wouldn't do that as board chair. I think it's an expectation. I don't see the issue moving forward, and I won't support it.
And I don't hear the support to make any changes to this. I don't think I'm far from where you just stated, Commissioner Rushton. I just think clarification of when we're speaking as chair and when we're speaking as an individual is something that would strengthen this document. But it was not an attack on our chair, and it was not something that I think we need to spend all day talking about, but something that maybe we all can be conscious of. But as a commissioner, if this commission makes a decision, I disagreed. I didn't vote for Will Bunnick for chair. I'm 100% behind Will Bunnick for chair right now because the decision's been made. And that's all I'm saying. I think we need some clarification of when we have to speak as a board and when we speak as an individual.
And I will try to do that better. I may have failed at it, and I'm sorry about that, but I will try to do better.
Thank you for listening to me.
Is there any other things about the duties of the chair anyone want to discuss? All right, we move on then to orientation session. Is there anything, which is what we're having today? And then the clerk of the board, the Open Meetings Act, which I believe we'll discuss later.
Is our clerk willing and available to serve the needs of the Board of Commissioners for the year 2021?
Of course.
Thank you, we appreciate that, Madam Clerk.
That's a smile under here.
Any other questions? Commissioner Halbauer?
Under the minutes, should we give the clerk a break and say that proposed minutes shall be ready in draft for public release?
I think there's laws on that, is there?
Yeah, that is mandated
Law.
by law.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
They're always ready in draft without any discussion.
Okay.
Well, we try. And when it asks.
I tried to.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
If we put out a draft and then if the language got changed, that could be a problem. So that's why we wait till it's approved by the board.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, and we move on then to committees.
No, we're not done with,
We are?
oh, let's see.
I'm sorry. Went a little too fast here.
Yeah, I just flipped the page.
Yeah.
Article 4, I think we're on, are we, can we go on 8?
The 3 or the notice of absence. I wish people would know that sometimes we don't know that they're not going to be here.
Speaking about that, I had mentioned it to Laurel that I may or may not be here on December 3rd, but I made the mistake in not calling the administrator, so I do apologize.
Well, I can do
No,
it.
we actually said you were absent with fire notice.
I did not put that in there, my mistake. I can certainly do an amendment and redistribute those.
But that was announced with fire notice.
But you were assigned to lots of different tasks in your absence.
Well, I didn't want to come in and infect the county, number one. And, you know,
No, that was, I missed that then, I apologize.
Actually, I think all of you are very good at that.
All right. Any other questions about that? And then move on to executive board commissioners meetings. Commissioner Solisla.
Yes, I have a suggestion for Article 1, or Item 1 under that article. Number 2 says, "The commission shall make no final decisions at the executive board of commissioners meeting. The power is expressly reserved for the board of commissioners when meeting in a regular session or a special session." I've raised this before, and I'd like to raise it again, and that is, I think anything that is under the action item should be carried forward. Many times, those of us who put an item on, we're representing our community, and I think our community deserves, I mean, the executive session is for discussion, the regular session is for action. And people in our community deserve to have an up or down vote on that issue. I'm not saying everything on the agenda be carried forward, but action items do. And so the language I proposed would be to say that matters presented at the Executive Board of Commissions will be carried forward if in the action agenda, unless there is a motion to remove a particular item with a unanimous vote by all commissioners. So that still allows people to take it up, but it's still an action. And I think denying that it's an action, we're really not in compliance with our own rules. And if we went this way, then we could eliminate Rule 3 and 4 because they wouldn't apply necessarily. So that is my recommendation for consideration of this board.
Commissioner Rush.
it's my understanding that our executive meeting is a committee meeting. And in a committee meeting, they decide what will be presented to whatever committee meeting it is. It's decided what is presented to the Board of Commissioners for ratification or for a vote. And if it doesn't make it through the committee, it is not forwarded on to the Board of Commissioners for consideration. So it's not like we're having two regular meetings. Is that the point that you're making?
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Well, she's asking me for a response.
I am asking her for a response because I wanted to clarify what she's trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is that items that are under the action agenda,
Under executive,
in the executive committee, under action agenda, should be carried forward. I know some of the arguments in the past have been, we'll make the agenda too long, but we carry almost all of them forward anyway. So why not carry all of them forward so they all get an up and down real vote in the regular meeting where our votes are supposed to be taken?
Okay,
That's what I'm suggesting.
thank you, which makes my point validated because that is a committee session. And in committee, it is decided what the board will take up or not take up and presented to the board for a vote.
If I may-
So
Sorry.
whether it's an action item or not, it is decided at that committee level to forward that on to the full board.
In my reading, if I may respond, in my reading of Robert's rules, I don't see that, I understand that the committee of the whole is for discussion of committee items, but not necessarily elimination. I think it's open. And so therefore, the way I interpret it, it could be carried forward. But if it's differently, then this is a good time to bring it up, and I thank you for that.
It is in the book. I just read it last week or this
Commissioner
week.
Long.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
We have to fully understand the purpose of our executive meeting, and our executive meeting is for recommendation. So we pour over all the issues at executive board meeting, and we say, I move to recommend to the full board this decision. If this board chooses not to recommend, then it does not go on to action item the next week. So to just keep putting everything on the next week, I fully object to that because it just makes, we just have to rehash it all over again the next week, where we already have the opportunity that if anyone changes their mind within that week, they can ask for it to be reconsidered that next week. And if there is support then of the board, it can be put on the action item at regular board meeting. But it is recommendation only, so I will support a change to that. It's clean the way we do it now.
Yeah, I just wanted to state, you have to realize that if it goes to the full board and it gets voted down, it has to have a 2/3 vote the next time in order to pass. So it could really hamper if you wanted to make a decision about something, if it got voted down, if we pushed it forward. I mean, it would create that situation, which I don't think we really want to do. Because if we get new information, we don't want to have 2/3 to get it.
I understand.
Commissioner Howell.
How about if, when I was reading this, I learned a lot reading this. If I have an issue that my constituents want considered, I think it's important to examine that as much as possible. And I hear what you say about bringing it up again. But what if we had to have a unanimous vote to remove something from the agenda, to not carry forward?
That's what she's suggesting.
Oh, I didn't hear that part, that had to be unanimous.
She's suggesting.
Because when I first read it, two seemed to contradict one. Now I understand what you're saying. Or how about a unanimous vote?
I mean, then we might as well eliminate the executive committee meeting, because then the final votes go to the regular meeting and we don't need an executive.
Oh, yeah, we
If
do.
we're gonna repeat and repeat. Anyway, Commissioner Rush.
I just wanted to say, and I believe Melinda touched on it. If that specific item is not recommended from the executive to the regular board meeting, the opportunity is a late addition. That requires a vote of the board. And if the board votes to put that issue back on the regular board, so you have a second opportunity. And then if that fails, you always have the opportunity to bring it back up at the next executive session for more in-depth discussion. If more things have been learned or information is brought forward. And as you well know, government never moves fast. And we should move fast. We should consider, if there is doubt on the board about an issue, we shouldn't be ramming this stuff through. We should be sitting back and considering the issue, looking for more information. Sometimes things are on the agenda, we just plain don't have time to research the issue. And it may be a good thing that we do take our time and learn more about the subject, bring it up at the next meeting, and maybe there will be a different result.
Commissioner Sears.
I can hear that there really isn't support for this still, so, I will push the issue. I think there have been good points made. My tendency is to look at the executive committee for discussion, the regular committee for not discussion, but just simply approval. I think we've tried to move in that direction. So let me just withdraw that.
Well, I do believe you have trouble with the no final decision. I think that's always been the issue that's bothered you. And I do think that is true, because we do bring them up again and again. I think of the example of this receptacle. If it was a final decision at these, then we wouldn't be bringing it back for 20 years, so.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one
Yes,
clarification?
go ahead.
Robert's rules have been brought up several times, and I know we have new commissioners here, so I just want to remind that this is only a guide. Your board rules have legal standing, so there could be times that your board rules are in conflict with Robert's rules. However, legally, you set your board rules and how you wish to proceed. So this is only a guide. If there's an issue that's not addressed in your board rules, you can use this as a guide, and then the chairman can make a decision on whether it's appropriate or not. And if the chairman makes a decision, then any commissioner can challenge that decision and ask for a vote from the majority of the commissioners to resolve those type of issues.
And as well, at any time, we can amend or forego our rules just by a vote. If we want to suspend them for whatever, we can actually change our rules at any time because they are our rules.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is not the only meeting that we can change the rule.
Right.
And we have sometimes made some minor adjustments throughout the year.
I mean, a good example would be on the out for bids. We often do not follow our rules on that and suspend it. We actually have a place on it to check it off. Any other questions about the executive committee? So then we move to page 8, then down to Article 5. I mean, it does say I have permission to make the committee meeting, but really this board does it, when they're done, it's approval through the board. I just make suggestions. Yes.
I don't know if we need to make a change, but whoever the chair is, you anticipate being chair, and then you come to the organizational meeting with committee assignments, at least in draft form. And I would like to see us have more opportunity to have input from everybody on interest, and we don't really do that. I mean, some take the initiative and go to you, and some aren't sure that you're gonna be chair and don't, or whatever. I would think that it might make sense to have committee assignment request sent to the administrator in advance of the meeting and shared with everybody. So that when whoever the chair is on those odd years, they have heard from everybody about their interest, their expertise, and their lack of interest in something. And again, I'm not suggesting that anybody's done anything bad, but I think if you have a meeting where you select the chair and appoint the committees at the same meeting, it becomes sometimes awkward, and everybody doesn't always have the input that they might otherwise have.
Well, I mean, I know that's been an issue before, so I tried to be a little more transparent about it this time, and what I was thinking, and let everybody know. And maybe I was a little slow about it. You should have gotten an email. No? It should be on your computer there anyway. I did try to.
Somebody told me I should, but I didn't, but I don't.
Well, anyway, I gave them to Laurel. She'll pass them out here at some point. I think she made copies.
Yeah,
Well, at least you'll have it in copy, and then we can have before I just had a copy myself and just told you. This time I hope everybody will have a copy of it. And maybe when we take a break, we'll get those passed out and you'll have at least a chance to look at them, And then we can have that discussion when we get to that point.
One problem is I didn't get the email till this morning. I still don't have it here, but I didn't have access to that email until I got here.
Right, well, and some others do too. But I tried to get it out to everyone.
I still don't.
I didn't have,
Would it be
Did you
fun?
want to pass it out now so that everybody at least,
Okay.
so at least Glenn knows what we're talking about?
That would, thank you.
I mean, it's hard to be in the dark.
Yeah, I'm sorry, okay.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about, but the new ones, they don't have a clue.
So this is later on the agenda.
Would it have been from you or from,
So this was my etchings,
so from
and I was
Bonnet?
gonna give it, whoever was elected chair, I was going to give it to them, just so that we have an idea of what we were thinking. We don't have to try to do it on the fly. So we have a chance to look at it, and then when we get to the discussion, people will have, an idea.
So would it have been from Bonnet.leelanau.gov? From Bonnet.leelanau.gov, is that what you sent from?
Everybody, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And this is a copy of what I tried to send you.
So it basically shows who's in the position now and what the projected
Well, what
appointment,
I was thinking, yeah, and how we would
Would be-
lay it out, try
and
to,
then we'll discuss it
yes,
at
when we get
the,
to the committee of assignments.
okay, perfect. That way, we all have the information and,
Which I think is, the number 6 here, but I think we'll have our break beforehand anyway. So was there any other changes that Commissioner Wessel, I thought you had some input on that?
I had one more when I read through these, and that is committee representative responsibility for communicating with the board about and especially for the out-of-county meetings. I don't do a very good job of sharing updates on the community mental health meetings or the Networks Northwest meeting, but as a board representative to those, I probably ought to routinely send those minutes out or make better use of the section on the agenda where it says any commissioner comments about outside commissions or committees. Sometimes I'm not sure we're as well informed as we should. I was disappointed that as much as we talked about community mental health survey, we didn't look very good because we only had 4 people do it. And we gotta take our board responsibilities, our committee responsibilities, even if we're just have one representative, we all need to have the information, I think.
Commissioner Rushing.
I think that's a good point that you bring. Is there a way that the other board members can have access to meeting minutes from all of the boards that we're on? Is that something that,
We'll be glad to pass this out. If you just forward it to Laurel or I, we'll pass it on.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that would be a great start. That keeps all of us informed on the different boards, because who knows? You switch from one board to the next, you have no clue what's going on. Fortunately, this year, especially on the airport board, you've had direct involvement. So you pretty much know what's been going on there. I think everybody's aware of my other board, Beta, building a new building, but it would be great to have those minutes. So I would support that.
Any other thoughts?
Maybe then we'd be willing to put a simple statement about, under committee assignments, that committee representatives have the responsibility to keep Board of Commissioners informed about their committee activities. And then we'll all be sorry for what we asked for because we'll have way too much reading material.
You're right about that.
Commissioner Alcoa?
No, I was just going, oh, yes, we will.
If you look at our agenda, if you look at the item I always under draft agenda, there is specialty for some staff, commission, and affiliate agencies. So there's an opportunity for each of you, if you choose to take advantage of it, to give updates.
Yeah, I think that's what Commissioner.
Yeah, so-
He just says we gotta be more diligent at it. It's not that we don't have enough to do. Anyway, so was there a place you thought we should put that in there in particular, or?
Maybe just having a discussion and being a little bit more aware of that agenda item. I hate to give Laurel more work if we all send minutes to her, but we're only talking about 4 or 5 outside agencies. And maybe we can figure out how to do that, but I'd leave that to the administrator and the clerk to figure out.
Well, anytime you want anything forwarded to all commissioners, just send it to us, we'll forward it. It's not,
I think they
It's
can
not-
contact directors if there's different groups committees that we're on and request those minutes to be sent over to the administration's office, and all the minutes from all the meetings should be provided to the commissioners.
I don't see anybody objecting. We'll try to do that.
And I don't know that we need to put it in here. You know, if we direct the administrator to take care of that for the board, as you've been directed.
we can do that.
Thank you.
So, here we go, move on to page 9. And then select committees. And then we have committee procedures. And I think we did revamp the committee agendas.
Yeah, we did, almost 2 years ago or something we did.
Right, and maybe we'll get to that when we get to agendas, we can look at those again. Well, that isn't, when we get to special meetings, the agenda for that, so. All right, so we have committee procedures, committee minutes, I'm sorry, at the bottom, B, committee meetings. And usually, the committees, you can elect a chair, or usually the first person appointed is the chair to that committee.
But that is also at the discretion of this chairman, correct?
Right,
Yes.
if someone's appointed first, they can consider themselves chair, but the committee has the right to elect one. And I know we did that last year with with senior services. So just so you know that once you're in the committee, you make those kinds of decisions for yourself. So then now we'll move on to Article 6, page 10. So this is the conduct of the regular meetings of the Board of Commissioners. Commissioner Wesson.
Are we, I have a thought on D. Are we to D yet?
Yes, yes.
Especially with Zoom, it's been difficult for people to make public comment. And that is because we don't have a queue and we don't know what time presentations are going to be over and the report from the administrator. And I'd like to suggest that we set a time for public comment. And whatever we're doing in that first hour of presentations, we stop and we do public comment so people know that at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday, executive committee is when, if the reports aren't done, we're going to take a break and we're going to have public comment. Now, we can tell our presenters, an hour's plenty of time for presenters, but it may mean that Chet's report would have to be split up. But I'd like to have it known when public comment is, so that people don't have to spend 2 hours back here or on hold on the phone. And I think it's something we could think about.
Commissioner Rush.
it gives us something to think about, but here's a problem I have with that, with setting it up in these, in these rules. One, at every meeting, we have the opportunity to set a specific time for an event to happen. And, you know, if we look at our schedule and say, well, we've only got Chet presenting to us today, and that's gonna take a hot 5 minutes, 4, whatever.
I'll give him 3.
But we have nothing else before action items can start. We haven't had public comment because we set a specific time for public comment. So we now have to wait until we get to that time. My suggestion is this. When we do come to meeting, look over the agenda, anticipate a window where public comment can be heard, and have the chairperson make the announcement that public comment today will be at 9:30 or 9:15 or whatever. From 9:30 to 9:45 unless, or longer if calls come in. Do you see what I'm saying? If we set a specific time and say, 11 o'clock, well, what are we gonna do between 9 and 11? Just doesn't make sense for us to do it this way. I think we should do it individually at every meeting, if that's what we wanna do. Because once we go back to regular session, are we gonna continue to take public comment in this way? Or is it going to be public comment that comes to, I don't think we've addressed that issue, have we? Okay, I move.
Commissioner Lott.
Thank you. We've discussed this a lot in the past, and we've hashed this around a lot in the past. And I don't see any other way I don't see a way to do that, Commissioner Russell, because we thought it was really important to put public comment after the approval of the agenda and any late additions. So that gives the public an opportunity to speak to those, especially something they didn't know we were going to put on the agenda. So it's really important that that comes after that. And we just cannot guess in any given meeting when that we might be there on this agenda. I will just remind us that this is the second public comment we added. Lots of boards only have the public comment at the end of the meeting after all the decisions have been made. We added that second public comment as to a benefit for the public to have an opportunity to speak before the action items. So I just don't know how we can do it unless we have public comment right after roll call, and what we could hear all kinds of public comment on an issue that our administrator, when he spoke, was going to say, we need to take that off the agenda because we never got the opinion back from the attorney. So we just listened to an hour and a half of public comment on something that we aren't going to discuss today, not that we don't want that public comment at some time. So I don't see a way I just don't see a way to do that. I know it's difficult. It's been difficult for everybody. We all struggle with it, but I mean, short of taking that one out of there and just having it at the end of the meeting, somebody following the agenda would kind of have a better idea. I don't see a way to do it.
Commissioner Allen.
How about if we try what Commissioner Rushton suggested? And experiment, because you know what, we're doing new things with COVID. And I think one of the important things about having this session on YouTube is people who normally cannot come to a meeting can now come to a meeting. And that's probably something we should continue, because our goal always has to be to reach as many people as we can and to serve our constituents as best we can. So why don't we experiment? Because it is, I've heard from several people, it's really hard to make public comment now. So let's try it. Let's try what Commissioner Rushton said for 2 or 3 sessions, see how it works, see if we need to adjust. I think it's a valuable service for people.
Commissioner Soderson.
That is in essence what I was going to suggest as well, because I think Commissioner Rushton raises the point, it's difficult to do, but then I remember we get our agendas in advance, Wednesday before the meeting, and everything comes out on Friday before our meeting. So we know what's going to be on the agenda, with the exception of any late items, which we try to discourage anyway. So I'm thinking we could probably set it meeting by meeting, and it could actually go out on the agenda when public comment would be for that particular week. So that wouldn't be too terrible of a hardship, and it would be a major service, like people know in advance, they wouldn't have to wait until the meeting itself. But I think it's a good idea to try it and see if it works.
Commissioner Wessel.
Well, I come out of my education background again, and as you plan lessons, you do learn how to plan your time. And I think we could, I think it's going to be confusing if nobody knows when public comment is this week. And especially if they're working moms or dads or taking care of kids. I think you need to have a set time. And I think that we could make sure that we schedule the first hour of our commission meeting so that our 2 presentations and our administrators update are done. And if we can't schedule that, I mean, teachers do it all the time. But I think we got to have a set time. I think we're going to have even more problems if nobody knows until the day before the meeting when public comment is. I think public comment is one of the most important things we do at our meetings, and we need to make it possible for people to call in or to come in. And I don't favor what Commissioner Rushton and you are suggesting, because I think it would be very confusing. I'd rather leave it alone than not, than do what they're suggesting. But I do think we could experiment with setting a time, and I think that could happen. He's a master teacher. He can plan the first hour.
Let me just suggest, just to give some thought. It seems like the majority of public comment is contingent on how long our presentations are. And sometimes they get done in half an hour, and sometimes it's an hour and a half. Most people that call in because of something that's on the agenda. They don't call in because of the presentations. So if we simply put communications, proclamation, and presentations after public comment. Yeah. Most of the time, 95% of the time, you get through the roll call, the agenda, everything fairly quickly. Yep. People don't make public comments based on the presentations. They base it on what's on the agenda. So we simply put those presentations at the end after public comment. I think you would solve your issues. And by then, 99% of the meetings, your public comment would be within the first 15 minutes.
I want to throw a wrench into that because I think that that's a fine suggestion, and I actually thought of it. However, the only thing that we do have, we take a risk on is that we're holding up department heads, maybe. And that's okay if they can go get their work done and we can let them know when it's their time to come in, if they're in this building. But sometimes we have outside presenters come in, so they may be waiting an hour. They may be waiting 5 minutes that week, but we've had public comments that's lasted a long time. That's the only problem with it that I see, is our presenters. But it's worth a try.
Well, I mean, I kind of like Commissioner Wessel's idea because it may limit the presentations. We say at 10 o'clock, we're gonna have public comment. We may limit it to 15 minutes or the 10 minutes they're supposed to talk. Well, it's
You
just
have a
my-
gavel.
As I understand it, it's
Well, I know.
us sometimes.
Commissioner Albright,
Let's try it for 2 sessions.
try it for 2 sessions?
Yeah.
So we amend our rules for that? Is that a motion to do that?
Yeah, that's right. How am I supposed to say this, you guys? I knew. I make a motion that we do an experiment for 2 months and have public comment at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Isn't that what we said?
That's what he suggested.
Yeah, and that's what you, Commissioner Bunnick, just said you support.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
I don't care
Okay.
about the time. But at a particular time, let's try it without making a formal amendment to our procedures. Can we do that?
Yeah, we can, I mean, we can bend our rules how we want. So if we did it as a temporary thing, I mean, it does go against what Commissioner Lautner said, because if we have already started our agenda, let's just say, sometimes we only have the update and we're done in 5 minutes.
Well, then
And
what
then we
time
would be into our agenda, and then we would stop and then have public comment.
So what time are you suggesting?
I wasn't really suggesting anything. I was just kind of saying, if we did that, it might do the percent. I don't know that I actually support it completely. I'm just saying that it would be a way to limit the presentations. And that's not a reason to do it, to tell you the truth. I mean, you know, that's,
And so how do we best serve our people? And make it easy for them to speak?
I think we put, well, Commissioner Lautner, go ahead, I'm
All
sorry.
right, if you really want to try something, I wouldn't do something on a 1 month, 2 month, 3 month. We're just going to have to try it and see if it works, and if it does not, change it. But if you want to try to move communications down between public comment and action items, we're saying we're placing this importance on public comment above our presenters potentially. But that's, I would just do that, try it. If it's not working, most of the time, I'm confident it's going to work. It's just going to be those occasional issues that come up that are where you're going to have more public comment, where we may be holding up a presenter. We just will have to understand that if they say, hey, that's not gonna work for me, we're gonna have to bring them back the next month or whatever that works. And I can trust our chairman and our administrator to say, well, you know, in a certain instance, you know, we may have to, this is the only time this presenter can present, or if it's something really important on the agenda, we're gonna have to work that in. But I don't know, we've kicked this around a lot, and like I say, we gotta remember that this is a second. We only by statute offer 1 public comment. And generally that's at the end of the meeting, it's where you want it. So this is already a second. We offered the second public comment so that the public does have an opportunity to speak to us before action items. So that's just something to consider. But I would not put a time, it's not gonna work.
I can tell you most of the presenters present at numerous boards, and they would not have a problem if they had to wait a few minutes. These people who come here, go to other boards, they're used to it. Some boards actually have the presentations at the end of the meeting. So sometimes those people have to be there for the whole meeting, you know, and that's one of the things we talked about is fairness of them, kind of put them in the beginning. But I think if you tried it, this is just my personal view, tried it with public comment at the beginning, have the presentations go afterwards, I'm guessing the vast majority of the presenters would not be offended, would not have an issue with that.
Commissioner Sluse.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna make a motion. But I wanna be sure I've got the correct order, that we alter our executive board agenda, and I'm assuming our regular board agenda, but maybe we have to do that separately, so that we have call to order, pledge of allegiance, roll call, and then, did we want public comment before approval of agenda?
No, I would not.
I thought you talked about after.
After, so then, roll call, approval of agenda, and public comment, followed by communications, proclamations, and the rest of the order as it's presented.
I will second that.
think that'll work.
You seconded?
Yes.
Any comments?
No, I was gonna make that same motion. I think that's our best option. And that way we can tell the constituents, it's gonna be within the first 5 to 10 minutes of the meeting, expect public comment, and then they'll know. So, good compromise today, folks.
It's not gonna help my situation.
It's not. That's the price of being chair.
You asked for it.
No, I meant as far as making them present shorter.
Well, maybe if they wait a longer, it'll be quicker.
Maybe.
Do we need a motion for regular? I think you should make a motion for all boards,
All boards.
executive, whatever. So
Do I need to resecond that?
I would amend, you should amend your motion before it gets voted on.
I will amend the motion to include all board of commission meetings.
And I
The special
second that
meeting-
Well, your
amendment.
special meetings are separate. I would say you make it for the executive and regular.
Executive and regular.
Okay.
About committee of the whole.
And I second the amendment.
Any other comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So any other things about the executive board agenda? About the regular session agenda? Now we have, so again, here we'll move D down to between, well,
G and A.
what is, yeah, it would be down to, G would move up with it, or no? It's just D would move down below G, right?
Correct.
Any other changes suggested? So then we'd go to the special sessions. And I had thought we'd only had one public comment in special sessions, but we're gonna keep that the same then?
I think so.
So in that, and I'm trying to go back to regular sessions, in that, we're not actually setting a time, or are we gonna set a specific time? Or we're just gonna plan it at that, so they'll know that it'll be 15 minutes in or something? Okay. So no changes to the special sessions, that brings us to specific agenda priority.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I did Michigan State's training, commissioner training. And one of the things I liked about their email was, at the end was a land acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
At the end of their communications was a land acknowledgement of the First Peoples,
A land acknowledgement.
of the First Peoples.
Oh.
And as we work to include and acknowledge all of the citizens of Leelanau County, I think it would be very, very nice if we included a short land acknowledgement, either at the beginning or the end of the meeting. Or put it at the end of the agenda, which might be difficult because sometimes it takes the whole page, but we could do two-sided, can't we? I think it would be, I want to use the word honorable, but that's a weird word in context, but to do that and to honor the First Peoples whose land this was and whose privilege, and we have the privilege of being in this absolutely gorgeous place.
Clear on what she was asking.
I know, I didn't say it very clearly, I'm sorry.
Well,
Can
if
we
you
have the land
if
acknowledgement
you're wearing
somewhere?
a mask, I'm gonna ask all of you to speak into your microphones because it's very difficult to hear you. I know you wanna look at us and talk, but we can't hear you down here.
Okay,
That's better.
can we include a land acknowledgement either on the agenda, a brief statement at the end, or at the end, the beginning or the end of our meeting, to honor the First Peoples that we live here with and whose land we really live on. Michigan State did that for the commissioner training, and it was very nice and very simple.
Commissioner Rush.
I think that's, it's a very thoughtful request. However, the problem with identifying one, we're eliminating others, and then that creates a problem. Somebody else is gonna come along and say, we wanna be acknowledged for whatever reason. Currently, I believe it's in October, we recognize and honor our First Peoples to our community, in our community. And I don't think that we should start that practice. Pretty soon it's gonna be first responders or somebody else who wants to be recognized. And if we don't recognize them, then we're excoriated. Because now they've been eliminated. So we're just setting ourselves up for something I think we don't need to introduce into our board meetings.
I hear you, and I think it's different. We live on their land.
Commissioner Russell, did you want
I'm
to
sorry.
speak to that?
Yeah, I had some discussion with Diane Emling about this. I'm aware that NMC is considering doing this. I know University of Michigan is doing it before their board meetings. I heard that Michigan State was before their board of trustees meeting. I think this is quite different than recognizing a group of police officers or first responders. This is acknowledging.
You have to speak in your.
This is acknowledging acknowledging that the land that we are occupying and all of the natural beauty that we have is a contribution by and because of our native first citizens, first residents on this and this continent. And I don't know that we have to make a decision today, but I think as we talk about our racial bias goals, this would be something we might want to talk about, and let's talk with people so that we know what people are thinking about this. So let's see some examples. And so I'd like to suggest that we put this on to when we talk about our racial anti-racism goal and see if this is something we could explore. But I think this is not something that we would only us would be doing. It's a big deal all over right now, I think, and something that is past due.
See, and I actually see this as a racist statement. When you put this out there, you're creating one race better than another race, or one race has more importance than another race, and it becomes a racist statement. I mean, they just have found a prehistoric person, in the speaking jargon. So maybe we should would we do the land thing for the prehistoric people who were here before the first peoples? Or, I mean, where does this go? Or do we do something for the slaves who were slaves at one time and recognize that they were downtrodden by whoever, by the Southerners or whatever you want to call it, by so I just think that when we start separating it out, to me, that's the same thing we separate out the government in a separate pot. Why are we trying to separate people out? I thought we're trying to get away from that. And that's the idea of anti-bias, anti-racist. To me, this creates a bias. And so I really have a problem with doing this.
And that is why I'm suggesting that we put this off, because I don't think we're prepared for this discussion. I think we ought to do a little bit of homework about it. Because there's some people that could give us some advice. I would think it'd be a mistake to rush into it, but I think it would be something to think about.
Okay. Commissioner Allen.
I just briefly want to read, just so you guys have a sense for the future, so you can ponder. I like pondering. What Michigan State puts on their stuff. Michigan State University occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy of the Ojibwa, Odawa, and Potawatomi peoples. The university resides on land ceded in the 1819 Treaty of Saginaw. Simple, short, and just an acknowledgement. So I'm only reading that for us all to ponder.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, then we move on then to specific agenda priorities. And I think the idea of this is that many things should go to committees before they come to the full board. Let them, just as we did with like the automobiles for the senior services. I thought that was the proper way to do it. And I think that's what this speaks to. So we can do agenda deadline. I think all of us understand that. And Laurel does appreciate if we try to abide by that. I can tell by her look. All right, then we do late items.
I have a question.
Commissioner Love.
I just thought it may be a little clearer. It's my understanding that if we have a late item, we may ask for a 5-minute recess and it shall be granted at the request to consider late items plural. Could we clarify that to be 5 minutes per item if necessary, or is that just pretty much understood?
I mean, I guess I never really thought about it. I don't know that we've ever used it, but.
We have
I've used it.
used it, yes. But we've had one late item and we've used the 5 minutes, so.
Would you want to put it per item then?
If we just changed, granted, a 5-minute recess per item shall be granted, or 5 minutes if necessary be granted. Or I guess the commissioners are going to request it if it is needed, but a 5-minute recess per late item shall be granted at the request of the commissioner. Or each, whichever way works. If you change, or consideration of each late item, that would do it also. Then that just means you're not going to automatically, obviously.
So you just add each.
And yeah,
before
after late,
items.
put each and drop the S on items.
That's under the underlined part?
Yes.
Okay,
You could underline each too.
okay. I think that was always the intent, but I think it's good to have that clarification, and Laurel and I both took it down, so.
Is there any objections to that?
All I can say, it's not enough time if you got a 50 or 60 page
It is true.
late item.
Right. Well, and that's a minimum. We could always make it. All right, then we have an agenda availability. We usually do that much before that, much more. Then, yeah, do you want to take a break right now, 5-minute break,
That would be great.
10:30?
I have coffee.
There's no.
Yes.
I need coffee.
Wrestling day?
So we're on page 12, number E, or letter E.
And where's the pastry from the District 1 representative this morning?
Oh, I made it and I forgot to bring it.
District 1 is there.
Yeah, I know.
I thought there was consensus last meeting that the Northport representative bring that. That's what our former
Yeah,
commissioner.
he passes the bakery,
Yeah, former
doesn't he?
Commissioner
We don't
Ansel made
pass
that very
bakeries.
clear.
Two of them
Surprise.
sometimes he passes two.
He lives out in the county.
The
How's he
email
supposed
was
to
in his
find out?
iPad that he just got this morning.
Tony was a block from Tom.
I know.
Yeah, but the commissioner has a bakery in their village.
That's what they say.
That would Yep.
Call this back to order.
Right.
Um, let's find where I lost it.
Well, the
All right, we're on 12E. Page 12, letter E, rights and duties of members. Speaking priorities or any questions or comments?
I was pleased to read 1B, that if we have an expert in the audience, we can call on them for expert advice during an important decision. I was pleased to read that.
Yeah, I think the last time was, we asked Dave McCullough to come up, we were talking about solid waste or something. He actually came forward and spoke, so we do it occasionally.
And Mr. Johnson called it, Eric Johnson.
Yeah,
called it,
Eric
and you let
Johnson
him-
called
and you
in,
let
we
him-
let him talk too. Yeah, that's right. Any changes or comments about it? You move to F then? And we can always go back if you think of something. So offsite participation, I mean, we have, I mean, and maybe this is, if you want to address this, you mentioned it earlier, Commissioner Rushton.
Oh, no, not necessarily. I was talking about, with the governor's order.
Yeah, may I suggest we hold off having that discussion? First of all, Matt's gonna give us an update, and two,
Yeah.
this is gonna change. The governor's orders, and this, no, it wasn't a governor's order, it actually was passed by the House and Senate and signed by the governor, supersedes this. And that expires as of March 31st, there's other provisions. So I would think we just hold off making any discussions, any decisions on that till after there's some time. We'll see what happens beyond March 31st. We'll see what happens, because I know there will be changes in the Open Meetings Act. So, and that supersedes our policies.
Yeah. And as we have changes, we would expect that you would put it on our
Yeah.
agenda for discussion. So,
I think it's best we just hold off on that.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna, we won't change the offsite at this time. We'll wait to see what's gonna happen. Does that?
Yeah.
Make sense? All right, we got motions, resolutions, and committee reports. These don't necessarily follow Robert's rules, like these are gonna be our rules and procedures.
I would,
Yes.
under order of precedent of motions, I don't have an issue with that. I was moving down to number 5 where it says amendments. And I know that's always a stickler with everyone. And it says only one amendment is an amendment allowed. And I was thinking about that and I thought, as an example that they had in the Roberts Rules book that I read, the example was something like, the motion was to buy a computer and buy a printer. And the motion was amended to strike the word printer. So that motion was placed on the floor. And then an amendment to the motion, I don't know, was something else, but they resolved that through their voting. And once the amendments were voted on and before the main motion was voted on, there is an opportunity, once again, to make an amendment to change a motion. And I'll give you an example. Let's say the motion was by the computer with the printer, and the amendment eliminated the printer, but now you go back to the computer, and an amendment could be something like, well, I would like to amend the motion to purchase a Dell computer. Or I would make the motion, to, I amend the motion for it to say not to exceed $5,000. So the way this language is written, there's a main motion, and you can only have one motion to the main motion, which really limits the board as far as being able to get to the meat of what we want to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So my suggestion was one amendment with one, a primary amendment, a secondary amendment, one group at a time. In other words, you can't go out there and amend it 3 different times before something's voted on. One amendment, a primary amendment, a secondary amendment, and once that is voted on and taken off the table, we always go back to our main motion. And now, once we're back to the main motion, depending on what we've done with the amendment, we may need to make another amendment. Like I said, we may want to buy a Dell computer instead of just the word computer. We might want to, do you see what I'm saying? So I'm saying in this language here, it just should say one motion, one set of motions at a time, one primary, one secondary amendment at a time. But that would not then limit us to go back and again amend that main motion.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
The way this is written, under amendments, you've got your main motion, you're allowed to amend the main motion, and then you're allowed to make a second amendment right at the same time.
Not yet.
On the way this is
Yeah.
written, it's because it's
Yes.
one amendment.
One amendment to an
An
amendment.
amendment. So it's a motion.
But
but
It's a
then you-
motion,
And then.
okay, the main motion,
Mhm.
and then let's say
Right,
I make an amendment.
and then another amendment.
And then Melinda amends, that secondary amendment should only be allowed to amend the primary amendment, not the main motion.
And then once you vote on those two, you're saying it's opened up again, that you can do 2 more.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to.
Is everybody clear on that? Does everybody follow what I'm saying? It made sense to me to allow that.
They don't.
Now, it's a nightmare for the board chair. Sorry.
clerk.
Once they're voted on, they fail to be amendments now. We have an opening now for amendments, is what you're saying. Once they're
It
voted on, they
should be
go away.
available that the main motion, because remember, we had this discussion way back when it was motion, amendment, secondary. And that's all we historically have been allowed to do. And I'm saying that that limits the board's ability to make further amendments to a primary motion, and that's really not fair to the board. So I think the language should reflect that. And if you use it at your own well-being, because the chair's gonna be saying, wait a minute, I gotta write all this down.
Well, they're supposed to be in
It's
writing.
supposed to be in writing.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. So I guess we might ask, Matt, Peter, this afternoon, how we might word that. We could maybe add that.
I think the only thing that you need to say is only one amendment, only one primary and one secondary amendment at a time.
At a time, might do it.
Because
I was
once-
thinking of some language that would say, until those amendments are voted on, and then it would open back up. But maybe that's more complicated, but at a time is fine.
One amendment, one primary, one secondary amendment at a time. Once those were off the table, then you would go back to your main motion and would be able to make a second amendment only on what's left of the main motion. In other words, the motion was to buy the computer and the printer, if the motion was to, I don't know, if I amended the motion and said, well, I want the printer to be an HP printer, and Melinda said, strike the language.
Yeah.
Strike the language, and then that was voted in favor to strike that last language on the printer, then all you have left is the computer. And we vote on you vote on the primary amendment, and now I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, I was trying to say, I think if we just put primary and secondary, I think everyone understood that part, right?
Primary and secondary, only one at a time.
Yeah, right.
And then that opens the door up to allow for further amendment to the main motion. Don't worry, I'll correct you when.
Once amendments are voted on,
Once
they
the
become
primary is,
open again.
Yeah.
For amendments, is what you're saying.
yeah, that should be the way it is.
I'm just trying to I'm not interjecting, I'm just trying to understand from the point of taking minutes. How it had.
Right, I think you've got it there. I mean, we have a primary, secondary, once they're voted on, then we can go back to 2 more amendments if we want to.
Right.
Right.
Only on the main part.
But, yeah.
So just as an example, let's use your computer example, just so we're all, so there's a motion made to buy a computer, or, no, just to buy a computer. There's a primary motion that says it has to be less than,
Primary amendment,
thank you, that's $2,000.
Right.
And someone says it has to be 2,000, has to be a Dell. That'd be the secondary. Then you'd vote on that, right?
no.
Okay. Give us an example.
The computer, the motion would be to buy a computer.
Right.
Okay? That's it.
Right.
Move to purchase a computer before the end of the year. The primary motion could be, or the primary amendment could be,
To add a printer.
Hmm?
To add a printer.
could be to add a printer.
All right.
And the secondary amendment can only pertain to adding the printer.
So a printer at no more than $500, right?
Yep.
That would be an example.
And if the secondary fails and the amendment fails, now you go back to the main motion, which is buy a computer. Well, somebody raises their hand, makes an amendment, well, we want to make that an HP printer. Okay, so that's primary amendment, and somebody else says, we don't want the HP to be more than $1,000 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So then it allows you then to tweak your original motion to be exactly what you want to purchase. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but
I think
You're allowed.
read your Robert's
You're allowed
rules
a
on
motion
that.
to be made with 2 amendments. Once you vote on the amendments, the last amendment being voted on first, then it allows the floor to be opened up and another amendment could be made. So
the main
you're
motion.
allowing a motion to live, if possibly for hours.
Whatever's left on the table after the amendments, either they've been passed or not passed, whatever's left on the table, which would be your main motion, because we always go back to that to vote on, that main motion can be amended.
Well, let Michelle, Laura, and I work on that. And just so you do, Commissioner, we do is, once you discuss all this, we make the changes, we bring the whole book. the whole
Okay, so you
process
got my
back to
point.
you.
And if any,
So I
have
think
to
we
say I'm
know.
opposed to it.
yeah, I'm sure you would be.
Well, because we can just go through the same thing time and time and time again. And that was the idea of having 2 amendments to a motion. But once we get back to the original, then we can start all over again. And that's the problem I would have with that.
But you still have a motion on the floor
True.
that you either have to pass or eliminate. And, you have to either vote it up or vote it down. And let's say we actually do want to buy a computer.
Right.
But, we don't want to spend $2,000 for it, or we want it to be a specific computer.
I understand what you're saying. I just disagree. What? That's okay. If you want them to write up the language, we can write it up and see if this board wants to make that change.
I kind of like that option, write it up and if we need to have further discussion, we can. And in the meantime, you can look for yourselves to see, that it does provide a certain level of opportunity for a little bit more thoughtful motions.
Got it. If there's consensus, right, you want us to, if you're not voting on this today anyway, we can draft it and then you can
Right.
talk about it next week.
Because I really would like to see it in writing before we vote.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Any other ideas? All right. So we have division question, appeal for division.
I have a suggestion on resolution and ordinance. I was corrected this year for bringing a resolution to a board meeting without it first being in the board packet. And I think what we ought to do on the resolutions and ordinances, because I understand that people need time to look at it, we should say resolutions shall be considered in the order in which they're received unless otherwise ordered by the board. All resolutions and motions shall be presented to the board in writing and included in the board packet. So not just the resolutions on money or purchases or ordinances, but any resolution ought to be done in advance and not be a late addition and be in the board packet. And I'm reflecting on when I presented the racism one, I think it was the racism one. The concern I heard was, we just got this, we haven't had time to look at it. It's because we put it on the agenda and said, will be presented. So I'd like to suggest that any resolution, we're oftentimes asked to bring resolutions to the board for approval. This gives us assurance that we have those in plenty of time.
So you're saying take out the appropriation of money, just say all resolutions?
Just all resolutions, period, yes.
Mr. Rushton.
When we did talk about these resolutions, we have had people outside that have presented resolutions to the board in support or just to bring it to the board. And one of the other things, one of the questions I always ask is, who wrote the resolution? Was it a commissioner who wrote the resolution, a staff member that wrote the resolution, or somebody outside, an attorney, a citizen, an agency? I think that's an important thing for us to be made aware of. So who's the author of it? And, the author, and who does it represent? What agency does it represent?
I think those are all important questions. My purpose in making this suggestion was just so there aren't any late edition resolutions that we don't have time to study.
It's been a problem, a big problem.
So you would cross out for the appropriation of money in all proposed county ordinances?
Yes, I would just put all resolutions shall be presented to the board in writing and included in the board packet.
Okay, you would leave off and motions then as well?
I'll leave that to the experts.
We cannot sometimes give you a week in advance if we need those resolutions for fund transfers and budget amendments. So, as long as you're not including them in here, because if we get a huge bill and
Those have to
we've
be
got to move
separate.
that money, we can't be waiting 60, 30 days.
No.
Because then if we run into a deficit, someone's got to write a deficit plan.
No.
So we aren't following this already?
Well, we give them to you, they might not be in your packet.
Oh,
We send them to you, but I didn't
Welcome
look
to
at
the
this as your
deal.
financial resolutions. I looked at this as more of your operating. I looked at financial resolutions as outside of this because we've got to keep the flow and the money and the bills and the.
Right. And we usually don't do a roll call vote on those anyway.
Right, so as long as that's not part of this. just
You
wanna
could
make sure.
put excluding internal financial resolutions.
I'm talking about the ones we get from other county commissioners that may
Right.
show up here and expect us to react to them after not even studying.
I appreciate that.
Michelle, would that help you to put
Can we
excluding?
draft that
internal
language for you
financial-
for next week also?
That would be great.
We understand.
Well, we do have to run the business of the county timely. So we cannot tie the hands of the clerk when it comes to those finances.
Any other questions about page 14? Division of questions, appeal for division chairperson? You can always appeal my decisions. So then comes to public meetings.
Well, all I can say is I sit by the chair so he can tell me to be quiet because I talk too much.
It's
And
not
he-
working, is that what you're?
It's not working
Okay.
today. I have a headache today, so it's like trying to keep it light, you guys. You know, it's the first meeting of the year.
Then comments from the floor. Any questions about that?
I was again pleased to read that the board can vote on hearing from somebody on the floor.
And they have.
Great.
Now, and then the 5 minutes, we'll stick with the 5 minutes for public comment. All right, then voting. Questions? Administrator's office, this is one we have to look at thoroughly.
Well, we need a couple hours for this
Yeah,
one.
let's start going over that.
I would like to compliment Laurel at this time. I think you've done an outstanding job in providing the board the information. Whenever you get it, we get it. And I so appreciate that. Very timely, which makes your boss look good.
We've almost completely forgotten about Warwick, Georgia.
I don't, yeah.
Or pass.
All right, so then we're at the signing of documents.
We're not in public comment.
All right, B is,
Well, that's it, there's no public comment. You actually, it's coming up, and it will be several hours before the public comment.
any questions about anything under administration? Article 9.
I would like to commend not only Laurel, but Chet, who does a tremendous job, and our clerk. I think we've already done that, but observing all of you for years, you keep this place running really well.
Yes.
And with dignity.
Just one comment, sometimes in the motion, you said you authorize the chairman to sign documents. That's already in your board rules. If you pass a resolution, you don't have to put it in the motion that you authorize the chairman has that authority. It's a minor thing, but sometimes you make that as part of your motion. There's no requirement that you do that.
We should probably change the edition of the Roberts Rules. We just received the 12th edition and this says second.
We just gotta add 1 and
What is that? I'm sorry, what page are you
one. It's page 17.
on? And we'll make that change.
I would agree with that completely. So amendment, effective dates of these rules. So that, yes, Commissioner Susan.
Changing topics, so go ahead and.
Go ahead.
I wanted to go back to item D on the agenda,
All right.
which is the agenda for regular and the executive board. I was thinking that this, what I'm about to say came out somewhere else, but I don't see it. The review of financials. I'm just wondering if, to save a little time, if folks have a question on a financial, if they can ask the clerk's office before the meeting. Not to avoid discussing, I'm not saying we don't discuss it, but it gives them a chance to be prepared and to have answers, and it can still be brought up before the meeting, but since we all look at this information prior to the meeting, it would be, I think, helpful for them, and it would save time with people trying to find the exact page it's on, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know that we need to add it in anywhere, because I don't see where we would. I was looking for that, but just to raise it as a point of courtesy.
I think somebody do that on a pretty regular basis.
Some of us do.
Calls in advance.
Some of us do. But
Commissioner
not all.
Locke.
Point of review of financials was to have the opportunity to look at the finances of the county. This gives anybody an opportunity to bring up any concerns that they've got, not just in claims and accounts, not just in post audit, but perhaps where we are with our investments, where we are with our MERS, where we are with whatever. So that we can say, hey, you know, we're in the third quarter. How is our budget, you know, tracking? I was looking at the last financial statements we got, and department whatever seems to be way out of whack. That's what review of financials is, not just claims and accounts. It's kind of become claims and accounts, and it kind of turned into just that, because fortunately we've been in some pretty stable ground. That wasn't the case in the past. So I haven't seen a problem with this. The accounting department is always extremely prepared to answer any questions, and I always see it as a learning situation. You know, I go through them with a fine-tooth comb, and occasionally I hear a question and I thought, okay, I didn't read that like that, or I never would have thought there was a question about it, but it makes sense when I hear it. It's always a learning opportunity, and that's our most important thing that we do here, is finances. So I like it. I think it's a good exercise, and it's not one I see a lot of other places, which may explain why we're in such good shape up here. It's because we have a great accounting department. We've got some great past practices for investments and policies and procedures on spending. And we've had them all commissioners too. So I don't know, that's my thoughts on that.
I concur with Commissioner, totally with Commissioner Lautner. It's what we put it on the board for, on the agenda for, and it's not what I'm not suggesting we don't discuss. I'm just suggesting that for claims and accounts and post-audit, we are a little more courteous in terms of reviewing where we can be. I understand sometimes people just catch things at the meeting and it's all good, and I think the questions are good, and I would never be suggesting that we alter.
Just a little break, if you could give your lunch order, if you like to have some lunch order to Laurel, so we can get it here by noon or a decent time.
I think we're gonna be here today. I mean,
We don't meet exact yet, but we're gonna be
Oh,
out back
yeah,
in
okay.
Frankfurt, so I figure we'll be at least another hour and a half or two.
okay.
You gotta do committees, yeah.
You all set, Laurel?
Just
Maybe you could cure.
Oh, wait a minute.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's still the tradition that you commissioners buy lunch for everybody else?
I think that's against rules, isn't it?
It is against the rules.
No, I said the new commissioners buy for everybody else.
Oh, new.
Yeah, I said the new commissioners.
Oh, the new commissioners, that's all about?
Yeah.
Where's that rule in here?
It's coming up on page 20.
Should we take a vote right now?
I would have ordered more.
So amendment to the effective date of these rules would be today, or, and then we add on, does that make sense, or?
We'll put it on the agenda to review for the 12th, and you can officially vote on 19th.
All right, that'd be good.
That's the way we've done it in the past anyway. So today was just a brainstorm session. You gave us an idea. We'll make the changes that you are suggesting. You can have time to review them. It'll be in the board package for the 12th, and then you can vote on it. for the 19th.
And I will sign.
Never a doubt.
Any other questions on our procedures or our rules and orders and procedures? No, so then that would, we check off number 3 here on the agenda and move on to number 4.
Yeah, and the December meetings need to be adjusted.
We
It
already
says,
have a change.
yeah, you see it says on the original December 7th and 14th. Our rules say the second Tuesday of the month, so it should be the 14th and the 21st.
Oh, you're looking at October?
No, December.
December,
Oh, December.
yeah, so we almost have to have it
Oh,
at Christmas.
On page 18 of the packet, unless you want to do it the first, I mean, that's up to you. We normally do it the second Tuesday and the regular meeting on the third Tuesday, except for the month of October.
Okay, yeah, that date is, so,
So it'll be December 14th and December 21st.
Yeah, I don't like those dates.
on the 14th.
I think it's too close to the
Yeah, that is
holiday.
close.
It is close.
And I looked at the schedule as it was presented. And that's why I said in the beginning that it didn't interfere with anything, but
Commissioner Watt.
If we moved, which is, I hear suggested is, move executive up to the 7th, regular board the 14th. So my concerns are financials. So what does that do to our financials? Because we will have an end of December meeting.
You will have no choice but to have an end of December. We're closed. We are open on the 21st. We're open on the 22nd. We're closed the 23rd and the 24th. The earlier you move meetings up, which we certainly can do, it's closer to your last one for the flow of business, because you don't have as much time, even though it's a week, you're surprised at the difference. We'll just have to be as Johnny on the spot as we can be regarding these financials, because it will make it imperative to have that year-end meeting, because we will not have enough bills in even by the 14th to keep you out of the red.
Is there a benefit at all to accounting if we move it up?
Is there a benefit to?
Any benefits?
There's no benefits to us to have these meetings on the 7th and 14th.
But no real
I understand
detriment?
from your perspective.
I understand, but no detriment as long as we plan on an end of meeting. We could even schedule that now because we know we're going to have it.
We'll schedule it as we get closer, because I think
Okay.
last year Commissioner Rushton said, let's just wait till we get closer
Okay.
to the end.
Yeah, I'm not, I can do either, but I understand some people do travel for Christmas, so I don't have a problem moving it up as long as we do plan on the end of the year meeting.
Which we have always had.
No, we don't. Always had.
Actually, I don't like it because I tend to plan on travel
Can zoom in?
early in December, but
No.
it's more expensive to leave at Christmas time. That kind of erases any opportunity to leave that time of year. Because you've got too many close together meetings.
Commissioner Wesson knows about that.
Otherwise you can get a 3-week break in there. But if we do this, there are no 3-week breaks between November and January.
Well, usually we have an end of the year, but we don't put that on the regular meetings.
This last year, Commissioner Rushton said, we know that we're gonna have them, why don't we wait till we get closer to determine if we want it on the 30th or the 31st? This, I believe that in 2021, it would have to be on the 30th. I didn't bring my calendar. We'll be closed on the 31st because of the way New Year's falls. So we would do it the 29th or
We
30th.
normally is asked what commissioner schedules are.
Yeah,
Schedule
because
part
we
of the
just
meeting.
need to
Because
know we
with
can get 4.
holidays and travel and company,
Right.
it's hard to predict now what you're gonna be doing the last week of December of this year.
And the other thing too, for those of us who do travel during the holiday, we can pick those meeting dates in Zoom if we had to provide a quorum to the board. So in all actuality, it really doesn't make much difference to me if I can Zoom in, if you need a quorum.
There's never controversy. I mean, as a rule, there's never been controversy at that last meeting. It's to pay bills, approve minutes, do fund transfers.
Yeah, I just won't fly that day.
Commissioner West.
I move to approve the meeting schedule as presented,
As amended?
as presented.
So it'll be the 7th and the 14th, right?
I second that.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Calhoun.
I was going to comment on what Commissioner Rushton said. One thing we could do to accommodate everybody is allow an additional off-site Zoom opportunity for that period if moving those meetings was a problem and impeded someone's opportunity to, but without that, I second Commissioner West's.
Commissioner.
And I do believe that if December rolls around and if there's a poll done and there's not enough for a quorum, the board rules can be set aside and allow for the additional Zoom meetings at that time. I don't want to add another Zoom meeting necessarily to this, and that's going to change
Yeah,
anyway.
it depends, it may be a
So-
good discussion based on what happens at the
We
state
can
level.
adjust board rules according to what the needs are to operate the county.
From what I'm hearing, I understand Zoom meetings will probably be allowed the entire year.
That's what
I
I was
don't think
thinking.
so, right?
Any other questions or statements? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Yes.
With that change, I'm gonna publish it with the change. Will that also then affect your rules of order and procedure? Because what you just adopted here is conflicting now with the rules of order
Yeah,
and
we'll change
procedure
it.
on the first pages.
Okay.
And it will just be for this year, is that correct? We'll wait to see what
Correct.
the dates are for 2022.
It's always just for 1 year.
You're gonna be 1 year, however many.
So we'll have to go back and amend your rules of order and procedure based on what you've just done.
Should we do that right now? Or you want us to?
No, 'cause
Because
we'll put
we
it on
can
the
present
agenda
them to you
for-
next
Because we have the
week.
other things, okay, go ahead. Does everybody understand that? It's-
Yeah.
Our rules about setting up the meetings will have to change because we've set different dates. All right, so now we have a schedule, so then that would bring us then to the continuation of monthly updates from individual departments and agencies.
And this is just a draft, as you know, it does kind of change depending on people's schedules and agendas and everything, so. We try to stick close as we can, knowing, and we try the second half of the year to kind of space them out between the morning meetings and the evening meetings too, so we're not swamped at the executive meeting with 4 presentations and then in the evening. So we have tried to space them out between the evenings and morning meetings, the best we can.
Commissioner Rush.
I just wanted to ask Chet, is this the same calendar we had last year?
Pretty much.
Yeah, okay. I thought that went very well. Did anybody see a problem with that last year?
I just saw a couple that I thought were quite long in the evenings, that I'm not sure, I can't remember which ones they were, but that is the only thing I saw.
We could mandate that the chairman cut them off at this one. Would the chairman do that?
They mandated, I'll do it. Commissioner Locke.
I may be mistaken, but did we have some discussion of having the opioid task force come and speak to us in this schedule, or did they just come out of?
We put them on various agendas throughout the year for updates.
Oh, okay.
It is on
But it is
here
on there for
It is on here?
11/16.
for November.
Okay, so I did
Oh, it
remember
is, yeah.
correctly.
I'm sorry.
And the problem, like I said, for the opioid task force team, with COVID, it's been very hard for us to get our legs underneath us.
Yeah.
Specifically, we're still working. with other agencies, and the messaging is getting out there, but we wanted to target our schools. And with the schools not being in session full-time, on and off, it's been very challenging for that.
Okay. No, good. I just didn't see it. I thought we had had it.
Commissioner Alkmaar, did you have a statement?
No, I've got to stop waving my arms around, don't I?
I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I just thought, I did think you were asking to speak, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, thank you. Thanks for checking.
So just remind your husband not to take you to an auction.
All right, so, we have this list, I don't know that we have to approve it, I think we're all aware of it. The administrator takes
Yeah,
care of
it's just
that.
more of an FYI for you.
Right.
Well, I guess my question in regards to these committees, if we don't set this in stone, I don't know
Oh,
when.
no, we're talking about presentation.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
that's right.
this schedule right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought that, he's got this set up and I don't. think we
I
need
thought
to
that was a
approve it.
go.
It'll change as we go, I'm sure. So then it brings us to the commission appointments of boards, commissions, committees, and authorities. And so that would be this first sheet here, which I don't think yours is in color, but
The first sheet actually said this one.
is it the stand, I thought those were
It's
the
a
standing
standing
committees.
first.
On the agenda, let's see.
Yeah, the standing committees.
Oh,
are
you're
second.
right, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's accurate.
Okay. That's fine.
So I think everybody has a copy in our, you have one?
Is this the one where you've written stuff
Yes,
out already?
I put notes on it. I mean, the thing about Betty Shea really is not relative at this time,
Thank you.
so you can cross that out. So are there any comments? Yes, Commissioner Wessel.
How are we going to take these appointments, one at a time, or do we want to hear questions and concerns all at once?
Well, I just thought if there's questions or concerns about what I've appointed, we should address the ones. First of all, is there anyone who does not want one of the appointments that I have, the way I've assigned them? Because I cannot appoint you to a committee that you do not want to be on. Okay, so Commissioner Wessel.
Yes, I have, as I've talked to you, Mr. Chair, concerns about your suggestion, nomination of Commissioner Lautner and yourself on the Board of Health. There are,
Excuse me?
Doing those right now?
Yeah, that's one we're on. We're
Okay,
doing
I'm
the-
sorry, thank you. Go ahead.
there are
I'm sorry.
two activities of the Board of Health this year that this commission and last commission have asked them to work on. The two people that have opposed both of those tasks are Commissioner Bunnick and Commissioner Lautner. I think it's unfair to the commissioners and to the health department to assign Commissioner Lautner and Commissioner Bunnick as the two representatives to the Board of Health. And I would ask that we divide those items and have a vote.
Commissioner Sotos.
Yes, to be sure I heard, I'll unmask momentarily. I had asked as my first priority to be on the appointment, one of the two appointments to the health board. And I had wanted to do that last year, but last year was the last year for both commissioners and Sorgi and Rettenbach, who both wanted to be on for different reasons. So I pulled back my request at that time. I know that Commissioner Lautner has been on for 8 years of the time that she's been here. And I've been on the land bank and brownfield for 4 years, and I've enjoyed it very much, but I've stepped off of that to allow another commissioner an opportunity, because that's a very good board. Both of them are very good authorities to be on. I have been on the Leelanau Family Coordinating Council for 6 years. And participating in that are lots of, all of the health and mental health organizations. So I've had a really good opportunity to have a well-grounded understanding of what their needs and their relationships are to our health board. Our health board is always there as well. And to understand a little bit more how that impacts community. So I think I have a good background to bring to the health board as one of the representatives. And I really would like the opportunity to do that. Having been, this is starting my 7th year, and have not had the opportunity since before this time. So I would really ask that I be appointed as one of the 2 individuals for those reasons.
Commissioner Allen.
I also suggest that Commissioner Solis Little have the opportunity to be on the health board. I agree with Commissioner Wessel that we need a more rounded representation. And Commissioner Solis Little has requested being on that board in the past. And Commissioner Lautner already had the opportunity for 8 years. I do believe it's important that we not keep one person on the board for years and years and years. So out of respect for equity and fairness, I hope that we will decide on you and Commissioner Solis Little.
Commissioner Lott.
A couple of things. In the first place, we've never put limitations on the number of years a commissioner can serve on any given board. And I don't suggest we do that. We have changed boards around in the past, some depending on commissioners' interests, and we've left commissioners on different boards based on their interests. I find it really ironic that we would have someone suggest that we should not put Lautner and Bunnick on this board based on the fact that we opposed a program. I know when this board took me off the Board of Health and put Tony on there in my place, along with Carolyn, I objected because those 2 were both in favor of a program. And that didn't matter to this board at that time. And I was taken off that board at that time. And we placed 2 people who were openly in favor of those programs. So I don't buy the idea that Will and I cannot serve this board and do a good job. In the first place, the one program is already in place. And in the second place, we have supported the beginning of something in the line of with the digitization of our records to find out what we're dealing with in this county. And for heaven's sake, I brought that to this board. So I just object. I think that I know that we can do a good job on that board. I was taken off that board. I still had an interest in serving that board. And I'll do so very well.
Commissioner Rushton.
I concur with what Commissioner Lautner said. It is true, when the last 2 appointments were made, it was well known that they supported certain issues on that board and did in fact push through their agenda. So to raise that here today, I think is really not a genuine reason to not allow for those 2 to serve on the board.
I just want to be clear that I did not raise that as the reason. I raised as the reason opportunity. I think it's really important that we rotate our commissioners through all of the boards, that no one necessarily, unless there's some reason, stay on the board forever. And I haven't had that opportunity. I've been here 6 years. This is my 7th. I've expressed the interest. I have just laid out what I could bring to the board, which I think is an asset. So I am not impugning anyone's participation, and I'm sure that both you would participate in good faith. I have no doubt there. I am just saying that I would like to be on it. I have not had the opportunity. And, it's all about opportunity. So this is our opportunity to appoint people and have them, bring different perspectives, perhaps new ideas, share things. And that's what I think I can do based on my service for 6 years on the Leelanau County Family Coordinating Council, listening to all of the health and mental health organizations talk about their needs, talk about their communities, talk about ways to help, and to be able to interface that with the health board just makes a lot of sense to me. So my request is based on opportunity. And that's why I would like to be on it, because I haven't had that chance before. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I guess I try to be as fair as I can putting these out there. I mean, as Tony had said, experience does mean a lot. And if we were gonna object to how long someone would have been on a thing, I mean, Commissioner Lautner's been on Park and Rec for 18 years. So I mean, that tells you that it's funny, you would pick one out where she's been 8. So, there isn't, I don't think there's anybody on this board who isn't qualified to be there. I think your experience is tremendous, and you could do a very good job there. I think Commissioner Outwire could, or Commissioner Wessel, and it doesn't, all of us are gonna do what's best for the county, and that's what I'm trying to put into this, so that the assignments are divided out as fairly as I figured they could be. And I've never heard any real complaints about Commissioner Lautner. In fact, she was chair, of that board for a while. So that's by the board themselves who died it. So I mean, who vote on that. So that was how I went through the decision that I made. And just as you, I've been wanting to be on it a long time, but Peachy was there before. So we left her there because she had the experience. So that's how I came through the decision. And I do think it's best for Leelanau County. That's what I'm trying to look at, and that's what I'm trying to do with the way I've set up the appointments. Commissioner Albert had her hand up first.
I guess I want to reiterate my point of fairness. We need to offer new people opportunities to serve on boards they're very well qualified for. And if Commissioner Lautner wanted off the Parks and Rec, and all she had to say was, I'd like to change. So to use that as a comparison, I don't think is entirely accurate. I think we have to look at fairness and precedent and opportunity for all of us to be able to act in different committees. This will be quite precedent, actually.
Commissioner West.
I don't imagine that coming up with these committee assignments is an easy job. I do know after our residents voted for the early childhood millage, both the people on the current list for Board of Health appointments, after the election and after the decision, both of them said it was a mistake. Now we charge the health department with making that a reality. It makes sense to me that we don't handicap the Board of Health by giving them a board member appointment that is going to work against that program continuing. And I'm not suggesting that you will, but the perception is out there that Commissioner Bunnick and Commissioner Lautner were working against the early childhood vote, and after it was decided, spoke out against it. I make a motion that we put Mr. Bunnick and Ms. Sotis Little as the two representatives to Health Board.
A second.
Commissioner Rushing?
And I will amend that and strike Patricia Sotis Little and put Commissioner Rick Robbins.
Support.
So any other questions, Commissioner
Yes,
Soto?
so the amendment makes it, who are the proposed representatives?
The first amendment would be Commissioner Sotis Little. The second amendment would be Commissioner Rick Robbins.
So
So
since,
we would vote on the second one
No,
first. Well,
no. I voted to strike Patricia Sotis Little from that and place that Rick Robbins' name, to add Rick Robbins' name.
Right, that's the second amendment.
No, that's all the same amendment, that is the amendment.
That was a
That's
motion.
your amendment. If that one failed, then it would go back to the first amendment.
Correct.
but I
Or
seconded
the
the
first
first
motion, I'm
one.
sorry.
The main
The
motion.
main motion. I'm
I
thinking
voted
of
to
the-
strike one name and replace it with another.
So what about the fact that I voted to second the first?
Doesn't matter, I still can amend.
I have in the field of the chair, please. I believe that's inconsistent with our rules of order because it changes the purpose of the motion.
No, it does not.
It changes the purpose of the motion. Because my motion was to put Patricia Sotis Little and Bill Bunnick on the Board of Health. You can't, amending it changes my motion entirely, and that is not fit with our rules of order. I'd ask for a ruling of the chair, or the
I'm not the chair.
clerk.
No,
I'm just the clerk, he's the chair.
the chair has to make a ruling, and then you can disagree with it and have a vote.
I move that we recess for 5 minutes for the chair to research this.
I have a follow-up question first, because I'm wondering, you said experience matters,
A recess
But
doesn't allow for further debate.
That's true. I was just gonna say that.
except I did not get my opportunity to comment after I made the motion, and I was supposed to be the first one to make the
I
comment
did
after
look
my
at you and
motion.
you did look down, you didn't raise your hand, you didn't, I did actually look for you to do that.
I didn't have a chance to do that. I appeal to the chair to let me finish my comment on my motion.
All right, then we'll suspend the motion for a recess at this moment. So go ahead.
And my understanding is that you said that you asked people what their interests were and you tried to give value to experience. I have no doubt in the world that Rick Robbins could serve on the health department. Did he tell you he wanted to be on the health department? And does he have more experience on this board than Patricia Sotis Little?
I didn't appoint him to that. He did, I'm sure he did say he wanted to be on it. I did hear that.
Please answer me the question.
Yes, I mean, I believe he did.
So we're moving away from experience, and we're moving away from asking people what they want.
No, I'm saying he did say he had interest in it. There isn't, I don't know that there's anybody on this board who hasn't had interest in it other than Commissioner Rushton. That wouldn't want to be on it. You know, from my perception of what I've been told, what I understand.
And you contacted them, can I ask this question, I'll be quiet.
Oh, they contacted me. I didn't really go out contacting
You
you.
didn't reach out to people, say, what committee appointments do you want?
Not to me, he didn't.
I
did
think
not
you were
to
the
me
only
either.
one I did. Because someone wanted a board that you were on, and I thought if you didn't, I didn't know, because you had mentioned you didn't want to be many years ago, so I wasn't sure. But you were the only one I really reached out to.
Okay.
And other people contacted me, and I did contact them back
Thank you.
when I made the list up.
I just want to make it clear, I did not reach out to the chair and the chair did not reach out to me. I received the email late last evening as to how how the chairman drew a draft. I got my draft last night late.
All of you were supposed to. I mean, once I had gone through it, and I don't know if you can tell, but I've changed it several different times as I went through it, thought about it, knew what people had talked to me about. And so I tried to be as equitable as I could. But, so now we'll go into recess, because I need to figure out what we're doing here. We'll take 5 minutes, be back at 1:45, we'll go back in session.
Sorry, I was making more coffee.
Trying to slip out the back door?
No.
I caught her in her bag. Thanks for doing that.
I'm back on.
Okay, so we'll on recess. We're back to commissioners and appointments, and we have a motion to appoint myself and Commissioner Sotis Little. And then we have a motion to amend that. And I just thought we'll just divide them into two separate questions. One would be to appoint Rick Robbins in place of Commissioner Lautner. And then the other one would be Commissioner Sotis Little. I'm not sure how to divide it, but I think that's, we have to separate the two. I think that we don't want one for the other.
I believe the motion was to strike Commissioner Sola and Robbins and appoint you, so those would be on you and.
No.
No.
Because,
The amendment motion is to strike Sotis Little and
Right.
replace him with Robbins, and
Yeah.
that is what the amendment vote would be on strictly, correct? First
I'm sorry, I
recommendation.
thought you had a Mr.
You
Bunning
would only
amendment.
split the question if you were working on the original motion, which was to appoint Sotis Little and Bonnie. That would be a division where you would say, I want to divide this question. But we don't have anything to divide right
You're
now
right.
based on the amendment.
Right.
Right.
So I mean, unless we can have a second amendment, the first one is going to be Rick Robbins. Is a second person.
Did you read the rules of order about what amendments are able to do and what they're not able to do? In our rules of order, I'd like to go back to that section on our rules of order if we
All
could.
right.
And I'm not sure what page it's on.
Well, we have time.
Okay, it's on page 14 of 21. And I'd like to read this and then see if this changes your mind, Mr. Chairman. No motion or proposition not germane to a subject under consideration shall be admitted under cover of an amendment. Rick Robbins was not a part of the original motion. So that not germane to the original motion. The original motion had Sotis Little and Bonnick on the health board. Now, we can't change that original motion by amendment and disregard the motion that was made.
I would, see, I guess I interpret that different. It is germane to the health board, and that's what we're talking about. So it's a matter of one person or another, which is, to me, is germane to the health board and who will be on it.
Then I'd like us to take another break, and I'd like to go to the Robert's Rules of Order, because there's a section in the Robert's Rules of Order that says you may not make a change to the intent of the original motion by making an amendment. You clarify, you limit it, but you don't change it. So I would like to take another break and find a section from Robert's Rules of Order and look at what they say about amendments, please.
Board rules supersede Robert's rules. Is that what?
Yes, well, I mean, our board rules do, but I mean, we can take a break and we can read it to try to clarify it, and that's, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, and I think that would be a good
Mr.
suggestion.
Chairman, we call rules, you have to make a decision, and then it can be appealed and be.
Well, okay, so I mean, my decision is that we are germane, that this is germane to it, and it alters who's gonna be in that place. It doesn't alter appointing someone to the board. So that's what we're trying to do, as the saying, appoint someone to the board. And I think that's the purpose. Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, now it's still open for discussion.
Yes.
I appreciate what Commissioner Rushton did recommend me, but I declined, and I have no
Okay, then that, the amendment then is null and void, because I cannot appoint someone who does not want to be there. So then we would go back to the first amendment, the motion, the actual motion.
Well, actually,
Yes.
okay, if you want to do it that way.
Well, I mean,
We still have an amendment on the floor that we have to deal with. Okay, we probably,
I mean, if he refuses, if he doesn't want to be on it, my understanding is from before that he did, but if he says that now, we would have to go with that. And so the motion, you can't force him to be there, it would pass. So I don't know that, I mean, I would request that you withdraw the motion then,
I would withdraw my amendment.
or amendment, I'm sorry. Is that okay with the second? Commissioner Lawton, I believe you said.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're back to Commissioner Wessel's first motion. So are there any other questions or statements about it? Okay, so I would ask a roll call vote on this, just so.
Okay, can we restate the motion?
Did you want to do that, Commissioner Wessel? You want her to read it? Go
It
ahead.
was a motion by Wessel to appoint Commissioners Bonnick and Sotis Little to the Health Department Board, or the
Board of Health.
Board of Health.
Benzie
And
Leelanau,
it was-
Board of Health, yes.
Right, and it was seconded by Commissioner Alguier.
Commissioner Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I would request that the motion be divided.
Okay, so now that's where we can, I guess this is where it comes in, so it would be one vote. The first vote would be on me being on the board, and the second vote for Commissioner Sotis Little. So in this first vote, we'll be voting on whether I should be on the board or not. And actually, I think Commissioner Lautner should take over and run during this time because it pertains specifically to me. Just run the meeting,
One
yes.
clarifying question. What's the order of the motions when you break them apart?
I took it
Because how I
as,
vote on you will depend on how it goes with Commissioner Sotis Little.
Let me clarify my request for division of the question. I would request the question divided in the order that it was presented, and I'm not sure which way you presented it.
Okay, let me go back and look.
How is it presented, Michelle?
What I typed was to place Mr. Bonnick and Ms. Sotis Little to the Health Department Board.
that's what I remembered, and that's what I was going. But I do think that you need to run this vote just because it's about me.
That's
personally.
perfectly fine. So we will ask the clerk for a roll call vote on appointing Will Bonnick to the Board of Health.
Okay, so, that motion was made by Commissioner Wessel. So Commissioner Wessel,
No,
Commissioner Alguier. We're voting on appointing Commissioner Bonnick to the Health Department Board. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
That's correct.
So it's up to you, yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes?
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yes.
6-1.
Yep.
Mr. Bonnick.
All right, so then I take over, and for the second one, this would be a roll call vote for Commissioner Sotis Little to be placed on the Benzie Leelanau Board of Health Board. Correct?
Correct. Correct, yes, okay. Commissioner Wessel,
yes,
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Chairman Bonnick,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No?
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yes.
Okay, 4-3.
Okay, so she is appointed to that board. All right, and that brings us to, I guess, do you want to take these others in order? So that it's clear where we stand. So then we start with the 911 Advisory Board. Is there any objections or that? No? Seeing none, we move down to Bay Area Transportation Authority. Any, no?
You may want to state for the record who you're nominating, because you didn't state.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the appointment for the 911 Advisory Board would be myself, Commissioner Bunning. For the Bay Area Transportation Board, would be Commissioner Rick Robbins. Then we would skip these two because we know we'd have Commissioner Patricia Sutis Little and myself as for the Leelanau Department of Health.
Just a comment, I didn't ask to be, I'm so happy to serve there, it doesn't ever meet. But if people are still comfortable, given that I'm on the health board, I'll be happy to remain there.
Yeah, we probably should change that. If you're on the health board, it shouldn't be a person, who's on the health board.
That's what my thought was.
Very good. So that would go to the Environmental Health Board of Appeals. And is there anybody who's willing to, it hardly ever meets. I was on it and I think it met twice in the 2 years. Commissioner Outline?
Sure. Unless Melinda still wants it.
All right.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Love.
So we will have Commissioner Outwire in the Leelanau Environmental Health Board of Appeals. Then in the Brownfield Authority, the BRA, we'd have Commissioner Wesson. Yes.
I have an interest in serving on that board. I've never served on that board, so it would be an opportunity to learn more about it. Seems to be coming up more and more. So,
Commissioner Wesson.
Well, I also have an interest on that board because of my interest in housing, and quite some time ago, Patricia and I were talking and I said, you ought to be in all these Network Northwest meetings that I'm attending, because talking about the stuff you're talking about at the Economics Foundation. And she said, you ought to be at the Land Bank Brownfield because we're talking about what you're talking about. I think the trade-off was that I had asked you for the Parks and Recreation and you took me off of there and left Melinda on there. And I'm very happy to be off of that if I can have Land Bank, but if I can't have Land Bank, I'm underutilized.
well, you are on Land Bank. And Northwood, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
but you said you had an interest in that.
I said Brownfield.
Well, they meet together. I mean, we've had that discussion.
It doesn't have to be though, it's my understanding.
Commissioner Rushton.
I would just like to point out that, one, Ty Russell was replaced by Rick Robbins on Parks and Rec. Ty Russell is currently appointed to 4 different boards. Melinda is appointed to 2 different boards, so I don't think that's quite fair.
Well, I think Commissioner Wessel has a point. We usually tend to put Brownfield and Land Bank together because they almost work hand in hand. They're almost
Well, I'd
one
be happy to
board.
serve on both of them. They do the same thing, same interest, my interest in housing, serve on the Housing Action Committee meeting. That would make a lot more sense. The other board I'm interested in, again, is Networks Northwest for the same reasons. So there's another opportunity for a third board.
Commissioner Elder.
So help me understand, I am new. So you said Melinda's only has 2 committees, but she's on 2 standing committees. So doesn't that add up to 4? Or don't you count those, just so I understand this process?
It's 2 different boards.
Yeah.
The standing committees are internal committees, while these are external.
Right.
But they're still,
And they don't meet very often.
Sometimes they don't even meet.
Like the union negotiations is once every 2 years. They meet several times for that. And the other one, what would it be, the finance, we've hardly ever met. I think we met once in about 8 years. So they're there, but they're not really, used much.
Okay.
So that when we're talking about these, that's what we're trying to look at. But you, I see your point too.
I know,
If you included those, then Ty is on one of those 2,
I just need to understand.
Right. Commissioner Siddle.
I know Commissioner Butler participates from the Planning Commission on the Housing Commission. And I know Commissioner Wessel did the pioneering work that created the Housing Action Commission. The reason I had thought he would be a good choice is because housing right now is a key issue in both Brownfield and Land Bank, and they do go hand in hand, you're correct. If Commissioner Lautner would prefer to be on Networks Northwest, she can take my position. That would reduce me back to one, but I'll be happy to step aside. Or I know Mr. Wessel is also on solid waste, and he may be willing to step aside on that, I don't know. But I think I'd like to make a motion that we keep, as you have already laid out here, Ty Wessel on both Land Bank and Brownfield. Which needs a second.
I'll second. Second.
Yes.
I'll second.
I didn't hear the motion.
I'm sorry, I said I would be happy to step aside from Networks Northwest if that was something that Commissioner Lautner wanted, or perhaps Solid Waste Council, which Commissioner Wessel is on, he may be willing to offer that up to her as well. My stepping aside will reduce me to one committee because we know,
So if we,
but that's okay. But I made the motion that we keep Commissioner Wessel on Land Bank and Brownfield because he did the pioneering work in housing. It makes a lot of sense to keep moving that forward. And I realize that Commissioner Lautner is interested in housing from the Planning Commission, since she's on planning still, would continue to serve, participate on housing. So that was my motion. And explanation.
So,
Okay.
go ahead.
yes, based on good faith, I could go along with that, serving instead on Networks Northwest, because that would serve my interest in the housing. And I think that would be fair to do, Tricia on Solid Waste Council. But,
No, I don't want to solid waste. I'm talking about Ty Wessel could have offered that up if you wanted to.
okay, I
To you.
misunderstood what you were saying, that you're just because you would only have one committee at that point then. I did serve on Solid Waste Council but for just a few years, so, okay, well, we'll get down to those.
And I think you served on Networks Northwest also
For a few years. Happened.
Any other comments? Because the motion is for both Land Bank and Brownfield, correct?
Correct.
Any other statements or questions? So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 6-1.
Who's the one?
Commissioner Rush.
Oh, okay, thank you. Wasn't looking up.
All right, so those two. So then that would bring us to community corrections.
I took that board 8 years ago because nobody wanted to serve on it. That board meets whenever, it's like our committee meetings, it's occasionally. But I'm willing to serve on that board. I like the people I work with there. I know the program there. So if everybody is okay with that, I'd be happy to stay on that board. That would be one of three for me.
Okay, seeing no objections, we'll move on then to Networks North and we would pencil in there Commissioner Lautner.
No, because I think it's fair that we split up boards. That would only leave Patricia with only one board. So I think that would be best to leave Patricia on that one. And when we get down to it, I would be happy serving on the Solid Waste Council again, because I was on just a few years. If it does end up, it would just be 3 boards for myself, but that's all right.
Would that be all right with Commissioner Wessel?
Yeah, it's fine with me. Disappointing, but fine.
I'm sorry, whose networks more, Chairman?
Okay, then we'd be Commissioner Sudas Little.
Okay.
All right, so then we would move on down to Leelanau County Family Coordinating Council. I have Commissioner Alquire in there.
I think she's a good fit.
I'm sorry I spelled your name wrong.
Allgaier.
I'm correcting it right now.
It's a weird name. It takes time to figure it out.
You said that, not me. All right, so then we move on to Northern Lakes Community Mental Health. We have Commissioner Wessel. Seeing no objections, we move on now to Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency. And they have Commissioner Alquire. On Northwest Regional Airport, we have Commissioner Rushton. Park and Recreation, we have Commissioner Lautner and Commissioner Rick Robbins. Planning Commission, we have Commissioner Lautner. Solid Waste Council would be Commissioner Lautner now. Substance Abuse Coalition, we'd have Commissioner Rushton and Commissioner Alquire. Does that seem fine? Commissioner Wessel.
Move to approve the list of committee assignments as presented.
I'd say it's amended.
As amended.
Yes.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
What we'll do is we'll revise this and we'll notify all the agencies of who the appointments are.
All right.
So that way you can get on your list, because some of them probably have meetings coming up this January. So we'll do that as quickly as we can.
So then that would bring us to number 7, which would be our appointments for the standing committees. Are the lunches here yet or not?
I just texted Jerry.
I say just continue, because then we could actually be an actual time to take a break after.
All right, well, I just want to make sure. All right, so we have Building and Grounds. I had Commissioner Sudas Little and Commissioner Rushton. On Building Safety, myself and Commissioner Sudas Little. Then on the Finance Audit, I have Commissioner Rick Robbins, Commissioner Lautner, and Commissioner Wessel. And the Senior Services, I have myself, Commissioner Sudas Little, and Commissioner Robbins. Commissioner Rushton.
I don't see Gwen in any of these.
No, there's,
I'm wondering if we should replace Gwen on Senior Services Advisory with Patricia. Patricia's got 3 seats.
Yeah, and I'm happy to step aside. I have one. She'd be a good fit.
okay.
What about,
Yeah, I'm willing to do that. I didn't want to seem too grabby, but I love that.
I'm sorry.
I don't have a problem either.
Okay.
Just find one, so.
All right, so we'll pencil in then Commissioner Alquire in place of Commissioner Sudas Little.
Correct.
We'll still
That's
keep,
it, Senior Services.
we'll still keep Buddick and Robbins, right?
Yes,
So-
Thank you. I actually will enjoy that.
that'd be fine. Then union negotiations, I have myself and Commissioner Lawton.
Yeah, it traditionally has been the chair and the board and the vice chair.
Shannon, could I just repeat those for my minutes? Building and Grounds, Sudas Little and Rushton. Building Safety, Bonnick and Sudas Little. Finance, Robbins, Lautner, Wessel. Senior Services, Bonnick, Allgaier, Robbins. Union, Bonnick and Lautner. Is that what y'all have?
Motion to approve?
Yeah. We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then I think that we have Matt Norford from Cole Stoker. And he's gonna, when is, what time?
As soon as you tell him,
Okay.
I'm texting with him back and forth,
Well,
so
I
just
think-
tell
I
me
think-
how much time you like to have for lunch.
Well, yeah, I think we should take a half hour for lunch, don't you?
Time for 12:45?
Yeah.
All right.
Would that be all right? 12:45, because he's gonna come in on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So 12:45?
12:45.
Ish.
Yes. That is just a given.
Yeah.
I don't know how to shut that off, it still says.
Just press the, well, it doesn't matter.
I didn't want me to do it.
Well, Ron's first wife's name is Ron.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, so, yeah, but she spells it G-W-E.
Oh, yeah.
So she was a good friend.
Yeah, I didn't.
Are you buried yet, Rick?
Was that?
I said, are you buried yet? Just thought I'd check to see,
No,
just absorbing.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut the first day. Last day of filming show.
You gotta get your teeth, right?
You ready to begin?
Yeah, I think you're live already.
We are live.
All right.
I am waiting for Matt. I just texted Matt from Norfolk, so I assume he'll be joining
Are
us.
we back in session?
All right. Call it back to session. We're into number 8 here with Matt and Darford from Cole, Stoker and Toski. So he'll discuss the Open Meetings Act when he gets on.
And I think he'll give a general overview of the roles of commissioners too. I'm not sure which order he'll be presenting.
So when everybody has these 2 documents, that's what he'll be using.
And just some background on Matt, since our new commissioner probably have never met him. He's actually a native of Traverse City, graduated from Traverse City School, and his grandmother grew up in Suns Bay. And I'm drawing a blank on what her grandmother's name is. Michelle, you?
Mrs. Nordberg.
Oh, it was Norfolk? Okay. And then what side of the family?
I thought it was Nellie, but I could be wrong, but everyone knows and loves her.
And so Matt joined the law firm about 6 years ago and has been made partner. And now Peter Cole has kind of transitioned himself out. He only has kept a couple clients. And so Matt will be on most issues, probably our main contact in the future. He did our negotiations with the deputies and is kind of transitioning more to an active role. Any luck with Matt there? Okay. I'll quickly call him. Okay, all right. You have the Zoom info. Okay, all right. We'll wait a few minutes. Okay. All right. He's having a little computer issues, but he's trying to get things off, so he should be here joining us. If not, he'll switch computers and do it. So he apologizes.
I think Laurel has to let him in.
Yeah, but he's not to that point, yes.
I'm watching. Was he coming in person?
But no.
Oh,
On
okay.
Zoom.
Oh, I see. You might confirm on Zoom.
I thought he was gonna be here though.
He was, but based on the governor's orders, they have a decision their law firm is not doing in direct presentations. The original plan was Peter, and then he transferred to Matt. And Matt was planning on being here. It's a nice way for him to come and see his parents also, so, you know, but
Yeah.
with the latest round of orders.
And this order goes to when?
It expires the 15th, and we'll see what happens after that. Did you just text me, Laurel?
Yeah, just the code in case, because we don't have anyone's streaming today.
No, he said it's it's his computer that's giving him problems. So he does have the code, so. So if he wasn't able, he was gonna switch computers or use his iPhone to zoom in here, so just wait a few minutes.
All the high schools back in session, are they?
I think most are back today. I know Traverse City Public Schools is back today. Glen Lake came back yesterday. I don't think Leelanau is back. I don't think the building's ready, yeah.
Sutton's Bay is just doing Zoom until at least the 18th of the month, and they'll reassess.
Till the end of the month?
18th?
Oh, till the 18th.
So it's kind of all over the board, I think.
Yeah.
I know Kingsville went back, most of them went back this week.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No luck, Laurel? Nothing from Matt? I'll call him again shortly. Just a quick update on that community development block grant. We were awarded $368,000. We have $411,000 in requests. So we're going through those. And some of them I know were probably not being approved. So we'll get to that number. So Laura and I this week are hoping to submit the one from the county first, because they requested for copies of the invoices. So the groups that requested, in the next couple of days, they'll get an email from me requesting detailed documentation on their request. Those will be submitted. So we still hope to have an answer, everyone, by the end of the month and get the funds here. All the documents that you signed off on were approved, so it's just a matter of getting them the proper
Did all
paperwork.
our expenses come out of like buildings and grounds?
We set up a special COVID fund in March, and we've been tracking a special account number 2. So for us, it's pretty easy to track all those expenses.
It's under emergency management is where we've been putting that. So we're watching that.
So I hope, if things go well, to submit our request this week. Ours is the easiest since we have all the records here. Get that approved, get that money, and then work with the townships and the nonprofits.
Some of our expenses have gone to the departments just because they have to, but their checks include, Chet and Laurel are including them all.
Yeah.
We had in our board packet that Laura
He's here.
sent.
All right. Hey, Matt, good to see you.
All right, working.
All right, hey, Matt.
Hi, everyone.
And for the record, I like your beard. Looks good on you.
Thank
It's a
you.
good one.
I apologize. I experienced Murphy's Law, which was literally as I was downloading your email with the Zoom link, my computer froze and I had to restart the whole thing, which hasn't happened to me once this year. So there's always something new for everybody.
Well, while we're waiting, I gave a brief background on your history here, both locally and professionally. And so you've been great to work with the last couple of years. I know you're taking a greater role with the law firm now. Congratulations on being named a partner. And you were our chief negotiator when it came to the deputies union, and your guidance was very beneficial there. And we were trying to debate on what your grandmother's name was in Suns Bay. Michelle thought she was.
Anita Nordfjord.
Anita, okay. You were close. You thought it was
Mrs.
Mrs. Nordfjord, okay.
Yeah, also correct.
Okay, so Matt, we have the information you sent me late last night. I printed off, and all the commissioners have a copy of it, and I also emailed it to them. So which one would you like to start with?
Well, I was going to just sort of give some general background, but the first document that I'll go through is the in-service training document that's dated for today to Leelanau County Board of Commissioners from me, January 5th, 2021. And then it says sources of authority.
Oh, by the way, Matt, just so you know, we have two brand new commissioners here. I think you know all the commissioners, but it may be helpful everyone just kind of go around and introduce yourselves once again, because some of you have worked with Matt, some of you have not. So, Mr. Chairman, you want to start?
Yeah, I'm Will Bunnick, County Commissioner from District 3, Suns Bay.
Hi, Mr. Chair. How are you?
Deborah Rushton, District 2 Commissioner.
Commissioner. Yep.
I think
How are
we've
you?
met before. Good
Yeah.
to see you.
You as well.
Rick Robbins, District 1.
Hi, Commissioner.
Melinda Louder, District 7.
Commissioner, how are you?
Patricia Sotis Little, District 5, which is Leland and Centerville Townships.
Hello.
Hello.
Ty Wessel, District 4, having problems with his mask. Thanks for being
No
here.
problem. I see you and I recognize you.
I'm Gwen Allgaier. I represent Empire Glen over in Cleveland Township, and yes, I'm new.
Yes, hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And Rick is the other new commissioner. I don't think Rick said that. He's brand new. This is his first meeting. So this is our first meeting of the year.
I thought that might be true, Rick, but you're a little far away from me on this screen. So nice to meet you. All right, Chet, should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just some general things, and I think it's always good to sort of tell you folks, and Chet may have already done this, we've got a long relationship with Leelanau County. We have a fee agreement that is a retainer-based fee agreement for the most part, so we field any number of questions that we receive. The normal type of chain of command as far as legal questions go are that they're generally cycled through the county administrator. But elected officials contact us directly, which includes yourselves. It includes the other elected officials like your clerk, who I see there in the room. Hi, Michelle. And we handle, all kinds of various questions relating to procedure, relating to contracts, relating to just the general ins and outs of county business and how things operate. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we're available to you. We're a firm with 10 members. So it's not a one-stop shop as far as legal advice goes, but we kind of have what I call quarterback relationships. So Dave Stoker, myself, Courtney Guevara is another attorney who does quite a bit of work with Leelanau County. But you can always send an email to me or anybody else at the firm, and we'll circulate it and make sure it gets to the right person. And we'll tell you if we need to loop in anybody else. Some people haven't worked with corporation counsel, which is the role that we served before, but really for the most part, we represent the entity. So our client is Leelanau County, and then you all fall under that umbrella of the county, and we'll tell you when we can't do things, and we'll tell you when things may be beyond the scope of our representation. We also generally have a practice that if you ask us for a specific legal opinion, in writing, a formal legal opinion, we'll let you know that we're going to share that with people who would be impacted. So, for instance, one of the things that we talk about, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, in the in-service packet, if you go to page 2, is the role and relationship between the County Board of Commissioners and elected county officers. And one of those things is that the co-employer relationship is really important as it relates to the county-wide elected officials. in a nutshell, we control the economics, and by we, I mean the County Board of Commissioners. And the elected official, which is the prosecutor, treasurer, sheriff, register of deeds, clerk, and drain commissioner, control the day-to-day operations in their office and have the authority to hire and fire their staff. So that's an important thing to recognize and understand. And then if you are asking for, all right, what authority do we have over the county clerk's office? And the reason I draw on this, not to pick on you, Michelle, is it happens, is we will copy the clerk on opinions that relate to the clerk, even if they're requested by the board and vice versa. So I just want you to know that you can still call and bounce ideas off of us before they get to formal opinion status. But the reason for that is that we found, and I think that, I don't think our firm is necessarily unique, but when we're dealing with municipal bodies, it's really important that we're not weaponized against different branches under the same tree. And so that's why we make
Matt,
sure.
if you could just, Matt, if you just stop there, just a clarification. We have a board policy here that everyone who wants us to contact legal counsel, if they're a department head, they need to go through me. Elected officials, board members need to notify me if they're contacting legal counsel. We don't want, and I don't think this ever happened, we don't want 3 different commissioners asking 3 different attorneys questions, the thing.
Exactly.
So
That's
our
great.
internal policy is that elected officials need to notify me when they contact legal counsel. Department heads need to get my permission, and I contact legal counsel. Board members have been, there's only been a few cases, but you have to at least let me know that you're contacting legal counsel. We had one case several years ago, Matt was not involved, where we actually had 2 different board members and an elected official contacting legal counsel trying to get different views on a topic. It became very confusing, and it put Peter in a very awkward position. And so by board policy, you have to at least notify our office. We also keep all copies of all legal opinions. So if you want someone that, these things gotta go full cycle, an issue may come up, and I can say, well, we did an opinion on that from 2015. I can't think of an example, right? Septic systems. There's been numerous opinions over the years. We have access to all those. So some of your questions, we may have records from past legal opinions on those topics. So it just helps the attorneys. It also helps us. And that way we have one central office that keeps all the legal opinions. So I apologize, Matt. I just want to get that in there because that's
That's perfect.
internal.
My
policy.
first note here on the chain of command is start with Chet. So you and I are on the exact same page.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to make sure that you do know, because, Chet, not you, but if there are things that ever come up where you need to contact us directly, you can, and we will likely loop in Chet for your policy unless it's something involving administration. So I'm not encouraging that at all. I'm not encouraging you to go outside of the policy, but just know from our perspective, we want to make sure that you get legal advice that you need. And the way that you do that is through, making sure that the people who work for you are quarterbacking that and then getting it to us. And Chet, I can only think of probably an example or 2, but just so you folks know, what we do is if we see Chet isn't on an email, we're CCing him on the response before we really even do anything. So we operate under the same understanding of the relationship and making sure that we're doing things that are authorized. So moving on, the county board's authority, and I won't read through this. I really just want you to have this as a reference document. I'll just hit some highlights. We've got an exhibit attached to this, which is the Board of Commissioners statute, which is 4611, and it's at Exhibit 1. And that covers all kinds of things. But in a nutshell, the thing I want to make sure that you know is that county government is really just based on what the law and the legislature has delegated to you. You don't have general police power like a city or a village might. So everything that we do and all the services that we perform, we need to link back to a statutory source of authority. And it's not the only one, but one of the main ones is the one that I've attached, which is 4611. One of the things in that statute, there's a lot of interesting things that are covered, but one that I'll just point out is that you get the authority to fix the salaries, not only for yourselves, and there's a timing thing on how that works, but also for employees and for elected officials. The power of the purse rests with the County Board of Commissioners. Another thing that you should be aware of is that if you enter into long-term lease relationships or agreements, technically they're not supposed to exceed 20 years. There's ways to work through that if somebody wants a 40-year lease or a 99-year lease, but basically the initial term needs to be 20 years and then it needs to come back and people have to agree to renewals. So there's just some interesting nuances that are in the statute. Another thing that's in the statute is the removal of people that you appoint to other boards. You're elected, so you can't remove each other, and you can't remove elected officials, only the governor can or a recall. But if you appoint somebody to a board or commission that you need to have a removal proceeding, the statute says how to do that. It's 4611N, and it's basically a little mini hearing that comes before the Board of Commissioners. So that's one of the things that's in your statutory authorities if you've appointed somebody to a board and you don't want them to serve out the remainder of their term. Moving on, another issue here on page 3 of the document is the standard of serviceability. I'll give you a chance to turn there. And this is happening with some frequency. I'm dealing with it in a couple of places right now. Fortunately, your county is very well run and also in the what I think is the enviable position of well-funded from a taxable value standpoint. So that's excellent, but we do have an issue from time to time with budget issues, and the standard for how you fund elected offices is that they have to be able to maintain serviceability, and that is subjective. There's no cut and dry, well, the clerk's office needs 17 people to maintain serviceability, but the point is that you can't cut services or cut staff or cut costs to an elected official that would prevent them from performing the minimally serviceable level of their statutory and constitutional requirements of the office. So occasionally we have discussions about what that is. The bottom line is we want to make sure that we are spending time understanding the budget, understanding what is needed by the various county elected officials to perform their duties. A big one that comes up is the cost for running a jail, for instance. Things of that nature. So, you know, the takeaway here is that it's not just whatever you say goes when it comes to funding. This requires cooperation, and if challenged, an elected official could file a lawsuit saying that they don't have serviceable funding. And again, not something that I recall ever having to address in Leelanau County, but it is happening right now as we speak around the state. So I just wanted to point that out. You really do have control over the economic issues through the county budget process. I'm now on to page 4. The big one, the number of employees in each office and the pay ranges, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be consultation and cooperation with the electeds as far as what they think they need, but ultimately the buck stops with you. As to non-economic issues, those are the elected officials' purview. But we really like to encourage, just like we want you to cooperate, we encourage the electeds to cooperate so that we have consistent policies. And Leelanau County has done a brilliant job of that. As far as I know, everybody is on the same page, both in the union contracts and for non-union folks as it comes to sort of the non-economic policies. But elected officials, we ask for their cooperation on these things. We can't mandate it. So their purview is the non-economics. Our purview as the board is the economics. We do a lot of collective bargaining for the county. There's information in here on how that works. The main takeaway that I just want to emphasize for new commissioners is that we really want to encourage you not to have direct interactions with representatives of either the unions or individual employees themselves during collective bargaining. We have a fairly controlled relationship as it relates to labor law, and that what is said and done at the table in bargaining is supposed to be confined to the table until we've reached an agreement. And I have not had this issue in Leelanau County. I'll just share an anecdote with others, which is that after I go in, we come first for authorization on general bargaining parameters. We go through the process, hopefully reach an agreement. But there are steps along the way where if an individual is contacted and says, well, there may be more money on the table, but they're just one of, many on the board, it can really derail the progress that we're making at the table. So you guys have a situation in Leelanau County where you put, I think we we've had 2 commissioners, at least one, my recollection is 2, on the bargaining committee. And those folks are responsible for making sure that we follow through with the board's authority and direction, but that for the most part, we don't have, I guess I'll call them ex parte or individual communications around bargaining, and that the board acts as a whole. And that's really beneficial, so that the process isn't undermined. And also it can take some of the pressure off of you individually by just saying, look, those are things that need to go through the county's bargaining committee or the chief negotiator, which in most cases is somebody from my office, or even deflect them to county administration. We need to have good working relationships. And I think that you do. I think your labor relations in Leelanau County are really positive. So the way that I've found that to be the best is that commissioners kind of take a higher level. You're really the policy making, big picture folks on the board, and not the day-to-day operational individuals, which are the people who work for you. That's their responsibility to make sure that those issues are worked out. And so I just encourage you to make sure that you take that approach when it comes to meeting with individual employees. You can always hear the concerns, but telling them that you've got a solution or that you can make something happen is, I guess I'd call it fraught with peril. It can be a dangerous situation for you as individual commissioners to place yourself in. The other thing here on page 5 is the role and relationships with the County Board of Commissioners and the courts. This is different than the relationship with the countywide elected officials. Specifically, the courts are not a co-employer, the courts are a separate employer. So the county's relationship with the courts is that of the funding unit. So it's even more separated than it is with the other elected officials. And so there's a number of things that the courts are required to do and basically be in conformity with what the county does. And the county appropriates the money to the courts, but it really is a separate entity as it relates to dealing with a lot of the day-to-day things that they're doing. So I just want to point that out. There's a ton of detail there. I can probably speak for an hour or two just on that issue. But really for our purposes today, I just want to make sure that you understand that the countywide elected officials and the courts, all of whom require cooperation, are not necessarily the same as it relates to what you're doing as the County Board of Commissioners. All right. Any questions before I start talking about the Open Meetings Act?
Now, Matt, I have one. When it comes to the staffing of the courts, though, do the judges establish that, or do we?
Well, the judges really get to control where people are. You generally control the appropriation. So when you're dealing with a line item budget, which I think you have there, is that correct, Chat? You guys use a line item budget with the courts?
Yes.
Yes.
You can effectively say, look, here's how much money we're going to allocate for staffing in the line item budgets. But for instance, if you say, look, and this isn't relevant probably to you, but if there's 6 magistrates and you say we only want you to have 3 magistrates, you can say that, but it's really up to the court how they allocate those funds.
Commissioners.
Yes, Matt, a question on the serviceability standard. Is there any recourse other than legal action through the courts? Is there an audit process, or it's either negotiation or courts?
Yes. Yep. And we really, of course, always want to avoid litigating it. It's an interesting situation when it happens, because technically, if you're in litigation with an elected official over serviceability, they're responsible for their legal fees to pursue it. A judge could order the county to pay the legal fees at the end, but it's one that's a little different where if a county elected official gets sued in civil litigation, the county is absolutely responsible for the cost of defense in that situation. But it's really a no-win from my perspective when things break down and people start suing over serviceability. But to answer your question, Commissioner, that's the remedy. If it involves the courts, we often get SCAO involved, and they can act as a mediator. We've had outside people come in. Chet, I don't recall if this happened in Leelanau County, but I do have some experience with using, an uninterested third party to come in and meet with some commissioners and maybe meet with an elected official and try to say, look, you're being unreasonable here. but it's not the same as bargaining with a union. It's just, you know, if there truly is an impasse and the county has to cut 20%, and you say, look, here's where we're going to cut it from, you can get into a situation where the elected official can sue over serviceability, and then that's a fact question for a judge.
Yeah, fortunately, at least since I've been here, we have not had that. I believe there was a case maybe 10, 12 years ago. There were some lawsuits with the former sheriff and the staff, and the prosecutor got involved, and there were countersuits and lawsuits, and where the board ended up having some very significant financial cost because of those type of situations. But at least in the last 10 years, I don't think we've had those, unfortunately.
Serviceability, I don't think. It was other issues. I can't think of anything either.
Yeah, no, Matt, just on that courts question, I'll give you a specific example. The judge asked for additional staffing throughout the year after the budget was approved. In that respect, the board did have the option of saying yes or no, because this was a request beyond what was approved in their budget. For an example, however, if she wanted to restructure the approved dollars amount that was allocated to her, she could have done that, correct?
Well, I have to look at the specific, because even a line item, Chet, is really, you know, is the line item just for certain departments, or is the line item for staffing? But I agree with your example that if it's not budgeted for, they need to come and ask for it. And depending how your budget is structured, they may not be able to restructure people within that line item.
Yeah, and that's what happened here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
because
it's
we have line item. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll say that. Go ahead.
All right, very good. So the next part of the discussion is the Open Meetings Act, and I sent you a summary, and we will send to you folks an updated version of this. It's a booklet that is a reference guide for the Open Meetings Act. But as you're probably aware, this is a 40-plus-year-old law that has undergone more changes in the last 6 months than in its entire history. So it's a little bit in flux right now. And the PDF that I passed along has the most recent changes, which occurred right at the end of December regarding the ability for counties to meet virtually. So one of the main things that I just want you to be aware of, really the clerk's office and county administration handles so much of the technical parts of the Open Meetings Act, like meeting postings and making sure the minutes are being moved through the process for approval. But the one item that I see commissions get tripped up on from time to time is when to go into closed session. And so that's in this summary here. And I just want to point out, please don't try to memorize the reasons. The reasons should be consulted and cited every time that a board makes a motion to go into closed session. And Chet is really exceptionally good at always contacting our office and saying, you know, please give me the language for the motion to go into closed session. And for instance, if we're going to talk about a specific pending litigation, the law requires us to put the name and the case number in the motion to go into closed session. If we want to go into closed session to talk about the purchase of real property, we can only do that until we've actually signed an option or a purchase agreement. So there's all these very sort of strange technicalities that people don't like when they think about lawyers and the law, but it's really one area that is probably constitutes the most litigation as it relates to board meetings. The other area that we see a lot of Open Meetings Act litigation surrounds deliberations outside of a public meeting. So a quorum of the board is sort of the catch point for when you need to have discussions in a public meeting. That said, there's nothing that stops one-on-one communication. So you can even have, the chair could call each of you individually and say, hey, look, we're considering this issue. What do you think about it? Basically conducting a straw poll. But the key is that it's not done in a way that constitutes a quorum of the Board of Commissioners. So if 4 of you were together and talking about that, that could be problematic. If 3 of you are together and then one of the 3 goes and talks to the other 3, that could be problematic. But really the takeaway I want you to have, instead of worrying about are we violating the Open Meetings Act if 2 or 3 of us are talking, is make sure that all decisions on anything that's the board is acting upon are occurring at an open meeting. So the remedy when you violate the Open Meetings Act is to reenact it. So I'm not encouraging you to push it and to constantly have sub-quorum meetings outside of the public's view. But really, if you come into a public board meeting and something very controversial is up for consideration, and it's been controversial, and there's a motion and support and no discussion, and then there's a unanimous vote, people will probably scratch their head about what happened here. So I would encourage you, and you don't have to discuss things. I mean, short meetings are fine. A lot of things are non-controversial, but I would encourage you to have those deliberations if you've had them individually and in less than a quorum especially, or even if you are concerned that you may have had too many people talking about it at once, do it again. Have that discussion at an open meeting. And that way people can see the sausage getting made. That's the whole point of the Open Meetings Act, is it's a sunshine law, transparency. And so that, the constituents and the public are observing you, observing your deliberations, and then ultimately having all those decisions recorded in the minutes. You don't have to have a verbatim set of minutes. Literally, the minutes just need to show who was there, what actions occurred, and what the votes were. But those discussions, those deliberations, all those things under the Open Meetings Act, because you now wear this special hat of an elected county commissioner, should occur at open meetings. But again, one-on-one communication happens all the time. You need to have discussions. You need to vet things. You need to consider things with each other before you get to meetings. That happens all the time. Another thing that I'm seeing a lot of issues with during open meetings are people's use of other electronic communications. And so there's, your board rules might say you shouldn't be using your cell phone or texting or anything like that. And that's one thing. That's just sort of a courtesy issue. But the legal issue from my perspective is that people could FOIA. People could claim you violated the Open Meetings Act if you're texting one another about something. Somebody could FOIA those text messages, even if they're on your personal device. And so there's a really important interplay between FOIA and the Open Meetings Act and the use of electronic communications. One other thing that occurs is that if there's an email from your county administrator with an update on everything, and it's to all of you, and somebody hits reply all, that's probably okay if the person says, let's bring this up at the next meeting. But then if somebody hits reply all again and says, here's what I think about it, all of a sudden we may have a quorum of a board discussing something in electronic environment, which is also potentially problematic under the Open Meetings Act. So I just point those things out for examples, and I'm happy to cover any questions that you have. But the one thing I want to make sure that
I'm sorry, man, I was just going to give a specific example about using your cell phone. And I actually was a meeting when I was superintendent of schools in Charlevoix. I went to a county board meeting. One commissioner and the prosecutor were texting each other back and forth during the meeting using their private phones. Person in the audience noticed it, filed a FOIA request. The prosecutor refused to release information. The person in the audience sued and won that because it was happening during open meetings, even though it was their private phone messages, they were texting back and forth. And it actually became quite embarrassing because they were texting about a fellow commissioner. But the prosecutor was saying since there were private cell phones, they were not FOIAble. The court ruled because it happened during a meeting, during a discussion, they were FOIAble. So once again, the private cell phones, like we've talked about, you don't want to get involved where your private phone becomes FOIAble.
Yeah, that's a great point, Chet. And really, even if it wasn't in a meeting, if you're discussing county business, it doesn't matter what forum that is. If it's responsive to a FOIA request, you may have to produce it. The rub there is that, how would somebody know unless they just make a blanket FOIA request? Well, here they knew because it was happening in the public's purview. That's not an Open Meetings Act issue. It's just in that fact pattern, that's really, it's not only embarrassing, but it is, there's no FOIA exemption necessarily there. There's a frank communications provision of FOIA that does allow certain things that are preliminary to a final decision to occur. So not everything is disclosable, but in that instance, Chet's absolutely right. And it's not the only example. There are many examples that I can think of, even some that I've dealt with personally, where things like even voicemails or text messages are being FOIA'd and then have to be produced, and then they're out there, they're in the ether. in news articles or otherwise. So just something to be thoughtful about. And then the other last point I'll make about closed sessions is that some of the reasons to go into closed session require a 2/3 vote, and it's of the total number of you elected and serving. So it's not just 2/3 of a quorum, it's 2/3 of your total membership. If there's a vacancy, it'd be 2/3 of whatever the number is if there's a vacant seat. But other reasons don't require 2/3. I don't really understand why the legislature decided to make some a 2/3 and some others not. I would just use the default that it's 2/3. And if you don't have 2/3, then we can consult the specific reasons. But we do specify in our update here which ones require 2/3 and which ones don't. They all require a roll call. So regardless if it's a simple majority or a 2/3, you need a roll call to go into closed session. There's a separate set of minutes used in closed session, and you're not to disclose those discussions or those minutes. And then the minutes can be destroyed 1 year after they're approved. If you go into closed session incorrectly, you can't just release the minutes. You have to reenact what occurred improperly in the closed session. So there's a lot of things that go with that that I just wanted to point out and make you aware of. And you guys have really done a nice job with that. I mean, I've been in on a number of your closed sessions and they're operated very cleanly and very well. But it's just good to have that up there as a reminder.
Matt, could you talk about the current status of the Open Meetings Act? I know there's been so many changes here, and I know you and I talked about the need in December to potentially have the board pass a resolution declaring an emergency. That did not occur because of the action taken by the House on it. But as I understand now, we have the ability to have remote meetings through, is it March 31st?
Yes, for any reason.
Yeah. What happens after March 31st? Help me out here.
Well, I think there's probably going to be another change to the law based on the way things have been going. But barring another amendment, what would happen is that you cannot meet virtually unless you are under the criteria of the amendment that occurred back in October, which effectively says the reasons have to be, some declared state of emergency. And that could be statewide, that could be at the county level. That's why we were discussing it, Chet, because we were concerned if there was no statewide emergency, if not only the county of Leelanau could meet virtually if you wanted, but also all the municipalities in your jurisdiction could be covered by your declaration of emergency under the Open Meetings Act virtual meeting thing. After December 31, 2021, as the law is written, the only reason that people can participate fully in a virtual meeting is going to be for military duty. So right now there's a number of criteria. Literally anything goes for a reason from now to March 31st. Then it's more restrictive from April 1st to December 31st. And then it's very limited, basically the situation that we were in before all these changes under the pandemic, which are just for military members who are unable to participate physically.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Matt. Going back to the closed session, I would like you to speak in regards to what our responsibility is when we come out of closed session. In other words, if an elected official would disclose the information that was received in closed session.
Well, it depends where you are in the process, especially with things like settlement negotiations where the settlement has not been finally approved, or negotiations for collective bargaining. It could be a misdemeanor. I mean, there are criminal penalties, individual criminal penalties for disclosing discussions in a closed session. It's really, besides the criminal stuff, it's the honor system. We want to make sure that before something's done, it is not disclosed. But once it's done, for example, I'll give the example of a bargaining contract. If you go in and tell me in a closed session, look, we've got this percentage increase, these are the things we want economically, that should not be disclosed until we're back in public to hopefully ratify a final agreement. So It doesn't mean that it forever can't be disclosed, because the board at some point may publicly handle what you needed to discuss in the closed session. But until that triggering event, which would be, the approval of the contract or the formal approval of the settlement, the subject matter shouldn't be disclosed. And really the specific back and forth, like legal advice or even your candid discussions, should really never be disclosed. But eventually you're going to take action on most things that you discuss in closed session. And at that point, they can be discussed.
Thank you for that.
Do you want me to cover Roberts a little bit, Chet?
Sure.
All right. So you guys are using Robert's Rules of Order as your guide document. Your bylaws of the board are really, to me, more important in some respects than Roberts. Roberts is just a way to efficiently operate things. But one of the key things is that it's appropriate for, unless there's a general call, for discussions to be limited to things that are moved and supported by the board. So the best practice, and I've seen it done many, many times in Leelanau County, your chair does this, is to have a motion, have support, and then have discussion. And then the discussion goes basically through an organized process. Everybody gets a chance to talk. Once everybody's had one chance, the chair can go back and ask others if they want to comment. If the discussion goes on and on and on, under Robert's rules, you can make a motion to suspend debate or to call the question. Generally speaking, if you want to stop debate on something, that does require a 2/3. There's very rarely a situation where something has gone on so long that people aren't ready for the vote anyway. And so a lot of times there's no objection and the debate just wraps up and you take the vote. But I just want to point out from my standpoint, Robert's rules should not be something that you're using really to do much else than help you efficiently run a meeting. I don't think being a stickler or closely tied to Roberts is very effective, other than just the simple things, making sure that if you have a question, you know that you can interrupt at any time, requesting a point of order, requesting clarification. If there's a disruption happening, the chair using the gavel, that's really more of a operational issue to get the meeting back under control. Deferring to the chair, discussions and communications at your board meeting should go through the chair instead of back and forth between commissioners. I think that's a really good practice when you have people coming and presenting to address the chair. And then if the commissioner has a question, get the attention of the chair before asking the question. It just kind of keeps things orderly, functioning in a clean way. But I will tell you, I sit through probably hundreds of board meetings a year, and there are some that are very strict in their adherence to Roberts and very formal. And then there are others that are varying degrees less formal, all the way down to very, very informal. So there's no hard and fast rule. Just generally you take the tenor and tone of your chair and also sort of what's been the practice there in your county. But Roberts does talk about things like precedents and motions and all these other things. One of the areas that I see sometimes people get tripped up on is amendments, and just making sure that if there is an amendment, knowing that it needs to be seconded, there can be debate on an amendment. You vote on the amendment first, and then the key part that often gets missed is voting on the motion or resolution as amended. So it's that two-step process of approving the amendment and then approving the main motion or resolution as amended. Other than that, that's about it that I have on Roberts. I've got an entire presentation on Roberts, and I can certainly go into that. One other thing is that as county commissioners, you have a legal obligation to vote. So under your board rules or your practice, you may have a process where if you disclose a potential conflict, the chair may allow you to abstain, but technically abstentions count as no's. And there is a legal requirement to vote on every issue properly before the Board of Commissioners. So although abstentions are fine and they do occur, the law says yes or no's are the proper votes on any issue. And then of course, it's very important always, if you are a no, I see this happen, and it's no fault of any chair in particular, but oftentimes where things are rolling through quickly, there's often not all those in favor. That always occurs. Yes, making sure that if you are opposed, even if somebody doesn't ask for that, if the chair may neglect to ask any opposed. If you're a no, you need to speak up before it moves on. Otherwise, the general consensus rules of boards are that silence is consent. So if you're not articulating your position, you'll probably count as a yes in the course of a vote. So make sure that you speak up or raise your hand if you want to be lodged as a no. Commissioners can also ask for roll call votes if it's close, and those are always in order to have a roll call vote on any action before a board.
Mr. Chair, Matt, Patricia, so as well. A quick question, when you're talking about if you abstain, we haven't had a situation where we've had a conflict, but let's say we did. And if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying abstaining, if you're granted the right to abstain, it's considered a no. But if you're silent, it's a yes. So is it appropriate to explain what your conflict is, but also vote yes?
Yes. So there's only a couple of legally prohibited conflicts. And in a nutshell, those are basically if you have a financial or pecuniary interest in a contract before a county board. And even if that's the case, let's say that, Commissioner, you have, I'll just use a landscaping company because that's what comes up in the law. And you have a contract with Leelanau County to perform services. There's a process in the statute where the county board on notice can vote with a 2/3 majority to still approve that contract. And so that's one that's a legal, it's contracts with public entities and it has to do with public servants. There are many other perceived conflicts or things that would be considered ethical that you want to still disclose. And absolutely you should disclose and then vote. One of the things that I would encourage you to do is to run that through your county administrator if you think you have a conflict with something on an agenda item. 9 times out of 10, unless it's your company doing business with the county, you won't. But it's worth vetting before you get to the meeting. And then I always encourage people to err on the side of disclosure, just because from a public perception standpoint, I have a commissioner down by me in Ingham County who works with a organization that represents a number of collective bargaining units. So every single time there's a union contract or anything else, he discloses his employment and then votes yes or no, however he chooses. So it's a really good idea to do.
Yeah, I tell you, Matt did a great presentation on this. I think, Matt, you might have been part of that a couple of years ago. There are very few things legally that you have to abstain for, as Matt pointed out. There's a misperception just because you may have some connection or so forth that you have to abstain. That's completely false. There's a case a couple months ago where a county board actually was voting. There's 3 members voted yes, 2 members voted no, and 2 members abstained. And they thought it passed. Well, it did not, because you need the majority of the board members. You need 4 votes. So basically, if you abstain, as Matt pointed out, it's not a no vote, but it counts as a no vote towards the majority. So you still would need 4 yes votes, even if 2 abstain. So a 7-member board, you always need 4 members to vote yes. So you abstain, it really does count against the motion. So there was a case just recently, adjacent county, they had 2 members missing, and they voted on several resolutions that passed 3-2, and they thought it passed. Well, it turned out it did not, because it did not get the majority of the 4 members there. So that's a key point. When I was a superintendent, during contract negotiations, we had a lot of board members that had spouses working for the schools, and there was some pressures on us for them to abstain. They did not have to abstain because they were not voting on their specific spouse's salary. They were part of a union contract. They were voting on the union contract. And that's pretty common misperception among school board members that they have to abstain, which we all can know they did not have to abstain. So Matt's right, there's very few legal reasons why you have to abstain as a vote. Sometimes it's used, people don't want to vote, so they want to abstain for voting. As Matt pointed out, legally you have obligation to vote.
I have a question, and maybe you're just the right person to ask. I was confused this morning. I'm new, so one of the times I was confused this morning, maybe I should say. We made a motion, it was seconded, and then it was immediately amended So I don't understand why we didn't have to vote on the motion that was seconded, why it could immediately be changed.
So that's a great question. Under Robert's rules, there is basically a precedence for motions. And so the order of precedence, if somebody makes an amendment, is that you address the amendment before you go back to the main motion. So the procedural step in order to make sure that things that are properly seconded for amendment is to resolve the amendment first, up or down, and then to address the main motion with or without the amendment. But it sounds to me, basically, that's what occurred, which is that it basically immediately suspends debate on the main motion, and then you focus on the amendment until that issue is resolved.
But then you have to go back to the original motion.
As amended or not, depending on how the outcome of the amendment went.
Matt, we had a discussion this morning about amendments and how much can an amendment change the original motion? Can it be just the opposite and still be an amendment?
Yes. So everything that you folks do is done by majority rule, except for a couple of very limited exceptions, which require a supermajority, the 2/3. But if something is presented to you and is on your agenda, and the majority of the commissioners elected and serving choose to amend it, even if it's 180 degrees opposite of where it started, and that gets approved, that's the board speaking its will as a majority.
Follow up on that, Matt. Is an amendment to a motion, isn't the purpose of that is to alter or change the main motion? Isn't that the purpose of amending a main motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other question?
I stand correct.
I'm sorry, Ty.
Well, Matt, you'd be
But I
pleased to
think
know every commissioner today got a great new book to read. It's the 12th edition of Robert's Rules of Order.
Oh, fantastic. I'm using
So I know
mine to
they're all
prop
looking
up my
forward to taking
computer.
that. What's that?
Mine's currently propping up my computer right now.
Go ahead, you're back on stage.
All right, well, the last thing I wanted to cover, and it's just because I came up and did some countywide trainings on it, and I just want to touch on it briefly, is the county's harassment in the workplace policy. And I think it's something that everyone should be familiar with. One, just because it's a good risk management thing to be aware of. And two, because the county policy says there's a way to report such harassment, which is to the supervisor, department head, or county administrator. But then there is the ability for people to come to any other management employee, of which you are not. You're not employees, you're elected officials, or an elected official for review. And technically speaking, that would include commissioners. And the reason I point that out is not because I want you to think that you're going to be getting a bunch of harassment complaints, but I want you to know what to do if you do. And that is that you make sure, depending on what it is, that you get it back to your county administrator or to some other elected official if it doesn't involve them. But it has to be, it can't stop with you. Whether or not it's investigated, there'll be a determination for your professional staff and legal counsel, what occurs and all those other things like that. If you think that there's nobody else to contact other than legal counsel, you can do that. I would caution you against that, obviously, because you've agreed to a process, and I think the process is really good. But in the worst case scenario, it involves the administration or some other elected, go direct to legal counsel and we'll sort this out with you and figure out how to get this done. You do not want the potential liability for yourself or the county by taking that complaint and not doing anything with it. If somebody comes to you and says to you, hey, I don't want you to do anything, I just want to talk about this, I would say, look, I can't guarantee that depending on what you're about to tell me. And there are certain things that I have a duty to report. And so that's really it. Just making sure that you folks know it's one of the heavier responsibilities besides all the financial and other things that you're doing and looking out for the county. But it's something that we want to make you aware of and make sure that you know, even if the employee says, you know, they don't just get to come to you as a dumping ground for grievances and then you get to just take it to your grave. It doesn't work that way. So that's really my only point on that. You know, that policy is something that's available for your review, but we did do a countywide training. Jet, time goes so fast for me now. The year felt like 5, and then I look back. I think that was 2018.
It was in 2018, and Matt, we had one complaint. I don't go into great detail, but it was against the elected official. We followed the process. I did an investigation with an external consultant, worked with Matt, and issued a report. And then part of that, Matt came and did a training seminar for all of our employees. And that was the end of the situation. Fortunately, I think it resolved itself by going through the process.
And then I said it briefly, but just to emphasize the point, as elected county commissioners, you're not employees of the county. So although you approve policies and set policies, you're elected officials. So I just want to make sure that that distinction is clear. You're not in an employment relationship, even though you get a salary and other benefits. You're not an employee of Leelanau County. You're the elected officials of the municipal body, and that relationship is different than that of an employee.
I think one great thing here, and I talked to my fellow administrators, and it's an issue at various counties, is that county boards are not personnel managers. They are not responsible for the department heads or employees of the county. There's been several cases recently, just from some listers I've been on, where county board members have overstepped their authority and demand information or go directly to an employee or department head requesting information or demanding that they take action, get involved in some personal issues. At least since I've been here, that has not happened, so I'm confident all of you, but I know that has caused a great deal of concern and could lead to some potential legal issues, because just like most places, there are labor contracts in place that outline discipline process and procedures and a chain of command. And we've been very blessed here, Matt, that we have not had that here, but I know that's been an issue in numerous counties in the last several months, especially I think with this pandemic and COVID and people panicking and don't know how to act, and it has caused some stress. So I want to compliment our board that we have not had any of that here, Matt.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Chet. You know, you folks are the head of the organization, and you task your people that you hire to run it, and that's such an important and positive relationship to recognize and make sure that you adhere to.
I had a 24-year veteran school board member who had a great response when employees came in with an issue. His first question was, "Oh, well, thank you for calling me, but have you talked to the superintendent or have you talked to the principal first?" 95% of the time, the answer was no. And he'd say, "Well, talk to them first. Then if you don't get a response, come back and see me." But I thought it was a great answer, because you don't want to get in the habit of having employees come directly to commissioners, because as a single commissioner, you don't have the authority to make decisions or make promises or commitments. And I know that's not happening here. I'm grateful for it, but I've seen it with school board members, and I've seen it with other counties, especially in the last 6 months, talking to my peers. There are some frustrations with employees going directly to commissioners or commissioners dealing directly to employees. And that does cause long-term problems.
So send them all to you?
Yes, yeah, seriously.
Good.
That is county employees, not your constituents.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yes.
But seriously, Ned, a lot of times you may get questions that you don't know the answer to, and feel free to refer them to me.
Right.
Yeah, and I think all of you have done that, and I think we have a good relationship. But yeah, you can't, especially for your new commissioners, you're not going to be experts on everything. And don't assume that you have to give everyone the right answer in 5 minutes, you know? And you may want to do is either have them refer them to me or say, "Let me check into it, and I'll get back with you." And we can do the research. Matt and the staff has been very good on some issues, where people had questions and we don't have the answers. So I'll call Matt or one of his law firm partners and say, what's the issue or what's the legal ramifications of this? It's either done by email or written correspondence. And then I would call you back and say, well, Mr. Buddick, here's the response. You can tell your concerned citizen, this is the response.
Well, and a good example of that would be Bingham Township needed to have a Zoom meeting with the planning commission, and they expected to have 40 or 50 people at it. So they couldn't do it at the township hall, and they didn't have the equipment for the Zoom. So I called Chet to see if we could arrange it to have the county help them out. And then he and Laurel set it up and did that for them. And, so that's one way you can help out your constituents, without, and if it's possible. I didn't know if it was going to be, but it did work out, So those are the kinds of things that we can do, because there was nothing to do with employees.
Yeah. But I know, especially you veterans, you'll get some strange questions from people. And don't be afraid to say, well, we'll get back with you, or we'll check into that.
Anything else? Any other questions? Go ahead, man.
Well, I'm really all set. If you guys have any general questions you want me to answer, I'm looking forward to seeing you all soon. I'll be up there probably this summer. I can't remember our contract cycle off the top of my head here, Chet, but do we have contracts coming up at the end of this year, or is it the following year?
Fortunately not. Fortunately not. Yeah, the last one was the one that we settled that you and I did in Lansing there.
Yeah.
Where we got together with the arbitrator. And once again, Matt, thank you for helping us with that situation.
We really get to know each other well when we spend 12 hours in a room together at a time.
Yes. Yeah, so labor negotiations, we have 2-year contracts, and so they'll be next fall that we'll go through that process.
Did he help you with the arbitration things?
Part of that was added, part of that was Mr. Cole, because they were transitioning there.
Yeah.
And so we had agreements that went to arbitration, and Peter handled that. But on the last labor agreement, before it went to arbitration, we actually settled that pre-arbitration. And Matt was very good to work with.
Don't some of our expire this year?
Pardon me?
Expire in 2020?
What does?
Don't some of our contracts expire this year?
Yeah,
No? I thought they did, we
Oh, they
negotiated.
will, because we didn't negotiate last fall. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They
2 years, 20 and 21.
I kept thinking, Matt, because you and I just settled this one
Yeah.
not long ago, but you're right, we were in the cycle.
Right.
Yes,
All
yes.
but one went 3 years and the others are 2.
Yeah, so Matt, I guess we will see you this fall.
Great.
Yeah.
I look forward to it.
Well, as you know, though, we have been able to settle labor contracts very easily and on good terms. And so I look forward to that process once again.
Yes, you guys really are.
Matt, could you, on a side topic, nothing to do with this, but help me out here, because with the CARES Act, I'm part of a listserv right now with county administrators, because those 10 days that employees were allowed to get on the CARES Act, that expired December 31st. And I know there's no right or wrong answer. Do you know, with the counties that you're handling it, how are they handling the situation where an employee now tests, for example, positive for COVID, or even has a direct exposure, based on your dialogue? And I know it's still early, it's the first week of January, but for my listserv, there's a lot of concern on where those employees have to use their personal days or vacation day. There is no legal mandate anymore, correct? That expires December 31st.
That's right, Chad.
So that's a county board decision?
I'll send you something on this, but there's no legal requirement. Employers can voluntarily opt to extend the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act provisions and the emergency paid sick leave, but we're not advising clients to do that because our clients are municipal clients. And the only reason that you'd want to do the federal extension is for tax reasons. You guys aren't impacted by that, but many of our county clients are doing their own policies to account for just the situation that you're talking about. And it's basically a separate bank of time that is used to cover people when they're out.
Yeah, we did that actually in March with the help of your law firm, but that expired also. So it'll be a topic of discussion here in our next Tuesday's meeting, how we wish to proceed with that. But there is no more federal or state mandates on that, as far as I understand, is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm a little unclear on that. So if a person tests positive for COVID or do have a direct exposure, is it mandated that they do not come to work?
Yes, by our
Okay.
policies, yes.
By our policies or by,
Both, because you passed the policy in March, and
okay,
you've not passed another policy in May based on advice from our insurance provider.
yeah, I just wanted that.
The daily sheets that they fill out. So let's say Michelle came in, as well as all of you did, you have to fill out that sheet on a daily basis. If you do not say no, you cannot come to work.
Okay,
So prior to December 31st, we had a plan in place, but that expired.
got it.
So this is what we'll be facing. All right, thank you, man. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing any federal state. I talked to our health department director yesterday, and she was not aware of any, but she suggested I check with you also, because they keep changing, as you know, weekly and monthly here.
That's true.
But there is CARES Money Act to cover those days?
No, everything expires December 31st.
Okay.
Matt, I don't know if you have any insight on what you think may happen after the latest health order expires, I believe it's January 15th. Are you hearing anything?
I have not yet, Chad. I think at this point, my assumption is it'll continue. But I'm only basing that on just sort of the history of the sequence of this stuff, which is that, generally Friday, right before I'm about to go do something fun, 4:30, 5 o'clock on a Friday, the day or week before it expires, they get extended.
Yeah. Well, Matt, thank you as always for your help.
Thank you.
Matt and his entire staff have been really great to work with, as you know. Whenever we have a question, they respond very quickly in a timely manner. And between Matt and his team here, we feel very comfortable working with every one of those individuals. So there's different field of expertise. I've been here long enough where I know who to call, what the issue is. But like I said, Matt, you're our Matthew Stafford, right? You're a quarterback now. And so you're our leader here.
That's right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, yeah. And we're gonna go back to our regular meeting.
Great. Thanks,
Thanks,
everybody.
Matt.
It was nice speaking with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then that would bring us then to the 2021 goals discussion.
Yeah, I did pass out. I originally put it in the packet, but I thought it'd be helpful. This is a memo of your final goals for 2020, and you actually approved them on February 17th this past year. I'm here. I haven't passed them out yet.
Oh,
I'm just in the process here. Just pass them out.
Yeah.
And we have tried goals many different ways over the last decade. Sometimes we're more successful than others. What I believe you did last year, and help me if I'm incorrect, at this meeting, y'all were asked to submit up to 5 goals to me. I put together a spreadsheet of those goals, and we had a discussion at the January meetings, fine-tune them, and all of you actually agreed to goals on February 17th. So I just bring it up as a starting point, because I know one year, I believe, Mr. Bunnick, we were in April or May still talking about goals. So the fact we were agreed on February 17th, I think was a good thing last year. So I don't know how you wish to proceed, but we've done it in different ways over the years. And sometimes it's been more successful than others.
Any comments? Commissioner Wesson.
I would appreciate having a committee of the whole meeting to talk goals. When we have our regular meetings, this ends up being at the 2:30 PM segment of the day. And it then sometimes gets the attention it needs. And I would prefer to have a meeting where we just talk goals.
Are you suggesting a study session?
Yes.
I think that's a good idea, because, yes, at the end of the meeting, our motivation sinks to the floor.
Any other comments? Commissioner Law?
I've said in the past that I didn't think it was necessary for us as a board to set goals because no one's ever in favor of all, and no one's ever opposed to all the goals that we set. But yet, this looks like, a checklist that we're expected to try to get through. And it's not necessarily the things that we ran on. And that's what I've always looked at as my goals, are things that I ran on. So I've got my goals. I've got my goals. And that is what I'm going to be working towards doing. So that's up to me. It's my responsibility to bring those things to this board or through my committees, however I can, to try to get those things through. So, I know we've done this for a few years, but really read it and see. We've got some obvious ones that we should be doing anyway as our duties expect us to do. But the rest, I honestly feel like we're just wasting our time putting together a list of goals in whole.
Commissioner West?
Well, we, one year put forward, thanks to Commissioner Rushton, a goal on substance abuse. And because that was a goal, we pulled together a community coalition. And I think we've made some progress. And I think if we wouldn't have identified that in a pretty much unanimous fashion, we wouldn't have made progress in that. I think the same thing is, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, we were really struggling with discussions about housing. But through the Housing Action Committee and through Housing North, I think Melinda would agree, I think we've made some small progress. So I think it's necessary to have some goals so you know what you want to spend your time on. And I don't think our routine responsibilities, like balancing the budget, is a goal, that's a responsibility. But I would like to have discussion in this group of what are our priorities for making some real progress. And we won't all agree, but if at least most of us don't agree, then they won't be on our goals list.
Therein lies question, because I think a couple of those instances you brought up were unanimous. So is that, we can do goals, but have them be our unanimous goals? That makes sense. That's something we together as a board can push forward on. I know there's been other things we've done that weren't on our goals list, but yet we had the idea, and that's what we actually did do. So those were my thoughts.
Commissioner Allen?
If we have no goals, we have no direction. And I think our job as commissioners is to use forethought and planning to utilize our citizens' tax dollars in the most effective way that we can to improve life in Leelanau County. If we have no direction, we will go nowhere. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that we're not directionless and that we have goals. I can't imagine not having goals. I don't think we're supposed to be a stagnant organization.
Go ahead, Commissioner Law.
For years, this board of commissioners did not set a pretty little set of goals on a piece of paper to give us direction. We did what we were statutorily directed here to do, and for that reason, as I stated earlier, many policies and procedures were put in place to financially put this county in a position that it's in now, which makes this job a whole lot easier than it would have been. We did not need goals to do the right thing. Goals are programming that I know you're going to have a lot of great little programming ideas you're going to want us all to get on board with a bunch of goals for. I've got my own direction. I've got my goals. I've got directions. I'm sorry if you don't have direction. I do. I don't need this board to put on a piece of paper, something we're not unanimous on, to move forward with.
Any other statements or questions? So, I mean, I guess then, so we're discussing, I guess, are we gonna have goals or not? You know, that's what I get from this discussion. And, the question is, do we want to not have goals, or do we want to set up I guess there's a dichotomy here. Do we want to set up a committee for goals, or do we want to just not have goals, or do we just want to have it at our regular meetings? You know, as we have done before. This would be something new if we had a special committee of the whole just for goals. We've never done that before. Commissioner Silisky.
Maybe a compromise is to do as we did last year, submit our suggestions for goals to our county administrator. And then at our meeting in January next week, determine whether or not we do need to have a special meeting to move forward on addressing those in depth. If there are things that we are all in agreement to, or things that we're moving forward, like, for example, internet, there's a number of things that we need to do there, and I think everybody would be in agreement. We may not need a special meeting, but if there are things on there that obviously require more discussion, then either we put it at the beginning of the agenda, or we have a special study session. That would be my vote or suggestion.
Any other comments? Commissioner Wesson.
Did Commissioner Rushton have her hand up?
Nope, I'm listening.
I'm listening, and I think any highly functioning board has direction and has goals. And I think we have every right to talk about, let's make sure that we don't put something on our goal list that we don't support. But I wouldn't want the headline in the newspaper to be that this board of commissioners has decided we don't want to work toward anything. And Melinda is just one commissioner. She made some commitments to her constituents. Let's get that on a goal list so I can help her accomplish her goals. We don't all work in silos. We have to have an identified direction. And I've been a part of a lot of boards, and every board I've been a part of has had improvement goals, strategies, long-term strategies. Many times it's based upon community input. I got 4 or 5 emails. Some of them were copied to you about suggestions for goals. I think we need to give it due attention. And maybe we do what Patricia said, and we send all our ideas to Chad, and then we look at that list in January. But I don't want to be a part of not having any goals. I think that would be embarrassing.
Commissioner Rushton.
I can see both sides of the issue. However, historically, our practice has been write down our goals, send them to the administrator, put them out there for everybody to look at. If in January at our next meeting, we decide we're gonna take up goals or not take up goals, or we're gonna decide on which goals, if we're gonna add or take away from, I think it's gonna have to be an ongoing conversation. That's my input.
Any other comments? So I would say that the plan would be to do that, to submit it to the administrator. You know, try to limit it to 4 or 5 at the most. So we don't want to end up with 28. It would be unreasonable.
I think we should just limit it to 2, each commissioner.
Not a bad idea.
That makes 14.
Actually, if you take any leadership class and goals, they said if you have more than 6, 7 goals, you have no goals, because you have way too many.
Can't do them all.
And if you look the last couple of years, we've tried to keep them to minimum. So yes, if you want to, if you could email them to me by Friday, they'll give me time by Tuesday to compile them in a list and have them for Tuesday morning's meeting.
If we put it early in the agenda.
You can do that. I mean, rather than put it as the last thing, you might.
We can do that, yeah.
Thank you.
So at the agenda, if we have external people coming in, we always put them first.
Yes.
But outside of that, we can put the, at the top of it.
Is there anything else on this? Then that would bring us to public comment. I want to call 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. And while we're waiting, we can have commissioner comments. If they call in, we'll take that and then and interrupt our commissioner comments. That'd be all right if anybody has any comments. Commissioner,
I think
go ahead.
I just wanted to welcome the new members to the board. I know for me, when I first got on the board, it was like, I had no clue. And as you can see now today, after what, almost 8 years, I can't keep my trap shut. So eventually, you know, you'll get comfortable. We're just people. You know, we're all here trying to do the right thing for the citizens in our community. And I just wanted to say thank you for your service.
Okay, now we have.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Holly Bird. I was a resident of Leelanau County. I do business there. My husband's a tribal member and my children live part-time in Leelanau County. I was one of the members of the panel for the anti-bias training. And I wanted to offer that since then I've seen some comments, I heard some comments that I think reflect need for continued anti-racism training for the commission. I think that takes some time to internalize and to really move forward together. And I think that to start off a good year, to start off with some progression within our community for unity, that that should be something that's put on your agenda, and that should be a goal for this commission, especially given the events of the recent past. In addition, I want to voice my support for the request by one of the commissioners to do land acknowledgements for the tribe. As an Indigenous woman, I'm Indigenous, but I'm not Indigenous to this area. However, I'm thankful that the tribe entered into treaty negotiations with the government, U.S. government, that allowed many of you to live here. And in my opinion, it's the least that can be done to show respect and unity with the people that afforded that and gave that to you. Of course, we know some of the land was taken wrongfully, which is part of, the lawsuit with the tribe, and I'm thankful that that was supported. But I don't think that anybody's coming to anyone on the commission and having issues with that. But I think that in the spirit of moving forward and indeed recognizing the contributions as well as the sacrifices that Indigenous people here have made for this community to be here, that's really the least that can be done. So I would continue encouraging this commission to move forward with anti-bias training and with the land acknowledgement, and I'm certain that there are other projects that can be worked on together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else from the public and want to call in, it's 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. Commissioner West.
While we're waiting, I want to say I appreciate being a part of this group, and sometimes we all get overstressed and heated maybe, but I do thank you for your tolerance, and I also thank Will and Melinda for stepping up as chair and vice chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Simpson.
I think we had good discussions today, and welcome to the new members. Looking forward to 2021, and congratulations both to Will and Melinda. I think we'll go forward with good leadership. I wanted to raise a subject that is a little touchy, and I'd ask for your patience and indulgence. I know we ask our employees to wear masks at all times when they're in this building, and especially around people. If they're distanced, it's a different thing. But we don't set the best example ourselves at all times. Now, during this meeting, the majority has worn a mask for all the time. And I'm just asking if we couldn't do a better job of demonstrating that, wear our masks while we're here. It is for others' protections, for our protection. Plexiglass, I went out and did a little bit of research to see if there was any objective quantifiable data on how effective plexiglasses are. And basically there isn't yet, which isn't a surprise. Good for coughing on it, it was, large particles, large droplets, but not for the small droplets that are in the air and travel through the HVAC system. So it's just a precaution, and now with new strains, which are undoubtedly already here, we just haven't found them yet in our tests, but we will. I just think it's a good thing if we could all be a little safer and wear our masks and social distance. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, yes.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Melissa Petoskey from Shelbytown, Michigan. Thank you for taking my public comment today. I would like to encourage the board to support the anti-racist resolution as a part of your 2001 goals, and what type of action that looks like, such as implementing a land acknowledgement to your county website, or your county board agenda, or something posted in the chambers for the commissioners. I think the land acknowledgement is a good way to start to bridge our communities together. And thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elder.
Thank you for the welcome, everybody. It's better up here. You guys have better chairs. I also look forward to being a part of this group. I'd like to reiterate Commissioner Sotis Little's point. I think that one of the things we have to always keep in mind is that we are not just talking about us with masks. We are talking about our families. So everyone I am with here, I take home to my husband, who is 70 years old and immunocompromised. He had a valid concern. I think just out of respect for each other, I would ask also that we adhere to the mask recommendations.
All right, public comment? Oh, yeah, I'll put you on here right now, okay? Okay, go ahead and speak, please.
Hi.
Okay, Dana, please turn your TV down or your computer down.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's been a long day. I also have noticed, I'm a former kindergarten teacher. I've noticed some of you are wearing masks and some aren't. And I think as a public official, it really sets a bad tone for our community. And I'm really hoping at our next meeting that I will see everyone following the Leelanau Health Department and wearing masks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that was Dana Getzinger.
Yes, yes, it was.
Oh, is that who that was? Okay.
I think that's what she said at the beginning, and
Yeah, I
it's kind of
couldn't
garbage. Any other commissioner comments? If you do want to call in for public comment, it's 231-256-8109. I guess my comment is based sort of on the public comment. They want us to have unity, but yet the things they want us to do divides us into groups. You know, and so when they talk about anti-bias, they want us, if we follow what the members of the tribe want us to do, they actually, you know, separate us into separate groups. And when someone says that the treaty allows me to live here, that really, that does not set a good example to me. The treaty was basically signed in 1837 in order that Michigan could become a state and part of the United States. If they didn't have the treaty, until they had the treaty in 1836, they weren't going to allow them to become a state. So everybody interprets, I guess, the treaties and what's allowed in different reasons. And, but to say that I'm allowed to live here because that the United States signed a treaty with them, to me, does not help me feel less biased about that. I love the Native Americans. I've grown up with them, lived here pretty much all my life. And I've never felt separate from them. I felt they were part of our community, always have been. I get a feeling now, since the 1980s, that since they became a tribe, that they're trying to isolate themselves from the community, from society. And when statements like that are made, it makes me feel like, I don't know, there's a prejudice against me because I'm white. And I don't like that. I don't understand why we have to start separating each other in different groups, in different races, in different ethnic, you know, backgrounds. Why we do that, or why we would want to do that. So that's my comment.
Can I say something? I think
Certainly, it's commissioner comment time.
I think what we're doing, I hear what you're saying. I've never interpreted it that way. I think we're acknowledging a very sad fact in our past, that we have acted like didn't happen. And if we can make some amends for an egregious act and honor the people who were here and from whose land, that we drove from their land, I think that's an act of honor. And I don't feel separated because of that. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush.
You know, I hear that a lot. But who owned the land before the tribe was here? I mean, did anybody ask the question? Historically, when you look at nations, parts of the world, people migrated over history continuously. So, you know, as we may know it today, maybe they're tribe, but how do we know it wasn't somebody else before them? I'm just asking the question.
We're here for thousands of years.
So, whatever, I mean, the point is, it's just like in Europe, over in Poland or over in Germany or over in those countries, where did those people come from? And who was there before they got there? And I agree. We're a people in one community. We better learn to live together equally. That's my opinion.
Any other comments, commissioner comments? I would say then we are adjourned.